Morning all, how you doing? Nice to see you all again. Welcome back to Heathrow. So today, for those of you that don't know, we're starting our European capitals tour. That is basically going to all of these countries on the map, and you have to do it in order. So you'll notice though, there's already a green line between Heathrow and Edinburgh, and weirdly, New Sky will, if you've already done this flight, and we did this flight on Tuesday as part of our UK Shuttle Award, it logs it for any other award that's active that has that route in as well, which I think is a bit weird. I don't think it should do that. So in the spirit of completeness, we're going to start at Heathrow, do this flight again to Eddie, then Eddie on to Keflavik, and that's probably what we're going to get done today. Then obviously it goes on and on and on. Like, Grumpy's done a hell of a job with this. I mean, look at all these routes he's put in. Obviously Nook all the way back to wherever that is, EKVG, where is it? Vagar? Is that the Faroe Islands? I think basically you put that one in to kind of just break up this massive route. Then we sort of go on EGNM, Oslo, Helsinki, Berlin. Never heard of that place. Essenboga. Then Athens, and so on and so forth. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on, and it ends back at Gatwick. Oh wait, and that won't count it, you mean? Is that what you mean, Philip? Hey, Nourish. First chatter in Twitch of the day. But yeah, we're going to do this route again. Heathrow to Eddie. And it's actually quite quiet at the moment. Where am I? Let's go and have a look. That's in radar. Oh no, there's a few more on the ground. There's literally only me and one other when I first joined. I'm on 509. Someone's next door to me. That'd be Ellis. Yeah, starting to get a bit busy. You never know, we might get some ATC in a minute. As for the route up, we've got Scottish Control on. And then, what's going on at Eddie? Is it 06? Yeah, 06. So Unicorn to start. Hopefully Scottish will stay on for us. You never know though. Looks like people have taken off 27 left. People are landing 27 right, which is weird because Simbrief told me to go 27 right, but we'll change that ourselves. We'll fall into line and do a 27 left. That's fine. Morning, Gnome. Someone passed the coffee. Oh no, what's happened, Gnome? Is it one of those days, is it? I need fingers and toes crossed today, by the way, you lot. The car's in the garage. For a, I'm not entirely sure what it is still. Cheers, Vix. It needs a rocker cover. Anyone know what that is? Hey, Brim's putting in the hours. Good to see it. Yeah, MOT, and then it needs a rocker cover, apparently, because it's weeping oil. And then the oil's sort of flowing out over the engine and going down onto the manifold, where it then burns. I said to the guy at the garage, I was like, does that have to be done? He's like, well, yeah, pretty much, because yours isn't all that bad, but I've seen one worse than yours, and it ended up catching fire. I was like, oh, better do it then. No worries, Bobby. There's plenty of time. We're not going anywhere yet. I'll be a hot minute.
Version 46 turning final, runway 27 right.
Oh, I finally wrapped my pedestal. Ta-da! Here it is. And I've got my new 3D printed mount on. There is going to be a video on the channel where I go through how it all works. But it does seem to be working rather nicely. So that's good. 10:30, Bellis. Alright, what's going on? Fuel is done. Cargo should be on its way. Yeah, here they come. And then passengers will hopefully follow suit. Bobby, to answer your question, sometimes I don't know where I'm going until the day. I schedule a stream, but I won't know where I'm going until half an hour before, because I'll look on VATSIM and see where we're going. It does all get communicated usually on the Discord, which, as you say, is a bit of a member's perk. So, cost index of 60, 340. Usually it ends up late at night, me and Grumpy are messaging each other, being like, where should we go? That's generally how it works. Hey, morning, Lee. I need to remove this song from the playlist. I really don't like it. Every time I hear it, I'm like, oh, bloody hell, it's this one again. Don't like it. Right, umlaut 1 Golf. Then into Eddie, we're expecting 06 on, you guessed it, in pit 1 Echo. 24 degrees already in the shed this morning. Literally just got the shed fired up and already it's like very hot. So I've noticed a thing recently with the Phoenix and with GSX is that passengers don't seem to want to load themselves. Neither do the cargo doors shut themselves once the cargo lot are finished. Unless they do this time. Now I've said it, you know it's going to happen, don't you? Yeah, I don't think they are. Nor will passengers board, I believe, until we shut the doors. So if I shut these cargo doors... There they go.
Traffic, British Airways 76 Charlie, 7 miles out of runway 27 left.
Now hopefully we'll start to see some passengers soon, because you can sometimes see them through the windows. Although maybe not today for some reason. Weird that. Right, anyway, we're fueled, so we'll get fuel pumps on. How's the Naviline doing? That's looking alright. What's QNH? 1026. Lots of high pressure at the moment. Let's go to plan and we'll step through the route. So, starting at Heathrow, basically heading north up to Umlaut. And we continue north, Welling, Elvos. That's near Manchester, isn't it? Trent. And then in Pip. And we're in. Nice. I've noticed that with GSX passengers, even though GSX says passengers are boarding, they don't turn up to like open the GSX window and select passengers boarding now. Yes, actually, that's a good point. 2,500. Passengers boarding now. Now will they arrive? Don't know what's going on there then. Oh, it normally does that for me, Philip, when I land. Here we go. I can hear them.
For traffic, speedbird 415, overhead Auckland, 6,000.
Oh, you can see them walking through the bridge.
Joining you left, wide.
There's that insane realism again. Brilliant. So good. Hey, hero. AJ, how are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. Hurry up and get on.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Take your seat. Shut up and sit down. Time to go. Sit down. Right. Charts. Above 3, below 6, above 4, below 6, and 6.
Hello.
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 Hello. Right, come on. Here we go. 6 in the window. Hopefully they're boarding reasonably quickly because we've got the whole GSX speed up thing going on. Hello, Lee. Hello.
This way.
Welcome. This way, Lee. Come on. Get on. Sit down, Lee, for goodness sake. Got a schedule to keep.
Welcome on board.
Did I hear about the Air India crash? What are my initial reactions? Yeah, of course I heard about it, and just very, very sad. I have no reaction beyond that.
May I see your boarding pass?
Yeah. Just very sad.
Hello.
Eastern traffic, Steven 6 Bravo, establish on left 27 right, with speed 160 north until 40 and main key track.
This way.
This way, Lee. Come on. 42.
This way. Welcome on board. Good morning.
I know it increases realism, but I really don't like waiting for GSX. People always want some drama, Bobby. And there are people out there that will give it to you, but not here.
Welcome on board.
Right, let's get that APU fired.
Hello.
In the interest of time, then we can hopefully get going. Because I think New Sky gives us 10 minutes either way. Morning, Roy. The summer is magic. The summer's hot, and I don't like it. Not to put too fine a point on it.
Bravo, 5 miles, 27 right.
I don't like it. I'm too hot. I don't like it. Massively overrated, summer. What's going on with these shadows here? Look, if I move my camera, the shadows go away.
Welcome on board.
That's weird. I thought I've got ray trace shadows on as well. Maybe I don't. Anyone else around then? Hey. Look at us littering the place up.
Steven traffic, Steven 415, joining you on left 27 FBI, speedbird 6 Bravo.
Oh, Zach's getting a new PC. Zach, tell us everything. What are you getting? Tell us everything. We need to know. Ah, Gnome, of course.
Keflavik 6 Bravo, landing runway 27 right.
Yeah, don't blame him, Brim. A dog's struggling as well.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 415.
Definitely struggling.
11 Heathrow approach just came on.
Like, it's not wild, the heat, but it's hot enough. Oh, Heathrow approach on 119. 730. $9,800X3D, 9070 GPU, 64 gig RAM. Sweet. What is the ATIS saying? Because apparently we have an ATIS. Nothing yet. Might need a minute. I guess we can always tune at 1288080.
Direct hello, Spear 2, I'm Boeing 247-542 IFR LAP.
Precision level, flight level 70, data link clearances are available, surface wind variable 2 knots, visibility 10 kilometers or more, no clouds detected, temperature plus 24, dew point plus 14, QNH 1026 hectopascals. Acknowledge receipt of information Alpha and advise aircraft type and series on first contact with Heathrow. This is Heathrow Airport information Alpha at time 0850 Zulu, automatic, arrival runway 27 right, departure runway 27 left, transition level, flight level 70, data link clearances are available, surface wind variable 2 knots, visibility 10 kilometers or more, no clouds detected.
Super Heathrow, good morning. Roger, maintain your present heading and maintain 2,500 feet. Heathrow QNH is 1026. You have 20 miles to 27 right.
Maintain heading, maintain altitude, and 10 miles to 27 right, Seaward 75 Super.
What are we supposed to call him? Heathrow Director, isn't it? Yeah.
Super 785, turn right heading 180 degrees.
Turn right heading 180 degrees, Seaward 75 Super.
Heathrow Director, good morning, Airnaut 819 Sierra, request Alpha clearance to Edinburgh, please. Information Alpha on board around A320, stand 508.
Airnaut 819 Sierra Heathrow, good morning. Cleared Edinburgh, lap 1 Golf departure, squawk 7206.
Cleared to Edinburgh via the lap 1 Golf departure, squawk 7206, Airnaut 819 Sierra.
Airnaut 819 Sierra, correct.
And Heathrow Director, Airnaut 1003, stand 509, Alpha on board, type A320 with clearance to Edinburgh, please.
Airnaut 1003 Heathrow, Roger, stand by, brakes to bed 785, turn right heading 235, and cleared ILS approach 27 right, report when established.
Turn heading 235, cleared for 27 right, report established, cleared 785.
Airnaut 1003, cleared to Edinburgh, lap 1 Golf departure, squawk 0474.
Clear to Edinburgh on the Umlaut 1 Golf, squawk 0474, Airnaut 1003.
Airnaut 1003, correct.
Heathrow Director, good morning. Speedbird 6 Bravo 27 right, located on Alpha.
0474.
415 from the runway, left turn on Alpha, Yankee 522.
That's an Alpha Yankee 522, speedbird 415.
Speedbird 6 Bravo, good
Drop my
morning.
pen.
Taxi into Charlie,
Can't
stand
have that.
553.
Charlie, stand 553, Speedbird 6 Bravo.
Seabird 785.
Right, good, we're loaded.
Speedbird 785, Roger.
Send that to the
landing runway
MCDU.
27 right. It's okay if you plan for 27 left.
I'm lined up for 27 left here, Seabird 785.
Bluebird 785, roger, 27 left, clear to land, surface winds are variable 2 knots.
Clear to land, 27 left, Bluebird 785.
Good, so all that information has just been sent over here. Go to init page B, taxi, trip.
Heathrow Director Charlie Tango,
that's all fine.
505,
Performance, flaps 1 down, 0.4.
Clearance to Edinburgh, please.
APU is
Sunlight Tango,
running,
Heathrow, good morning.
in which
Information
case,
Alpha, clear to
beacon
Edinburgh, umlaut 1 Golf departure, squawk 4227.
Clear to Edinburgh via the umlaut to 1 Golf
Hey, Mud
departure,
Level.
squawking 4227, Charlie Tango.
Sunlight Tango, correct.
Heathrow Director, good morning. Quality 2-3 Delta, Oban 603 with Alpha, requesting clearance to Edinburgh as well, so 737-800.
everyone's going to Eddie.
Quality 2-3 Delta, Heathrow morning, clear to Edinburgh, umlaut 1 Golf departure, squawk 3217.
Clear to Edinburgh, umlaut 1 Golf departure, squawk 3217, quality 2-3 Delta.
Quality 2-3 Delta, correct.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Here comes the tug.
Locking gear.
Morning, Elliot. You are in the vertical stream today, I see. Happy days. Good. Right, let's get ourselves yoke cammed up. Heathrow Director Air Not 1003, stand 509, ready for push and start.
Air Not 1003, the QNH 1026, stand 509, push and face to the south.
QNH 1026, push and start approved, facing south, Air Not 1003. That's going to be nose left, tail right.
Air Not 819 Sierra from Heathrow.
Go ahead, Air Not 819 Sierra.
Air Not 819 Sierra, how long till you're ready for push?
We're ready to push now, Air Not 819 Sierra.
We'll just stand by, break Air Not 1003 from Heathrow.
Air Not 1003.
Hello, have you already started the push?
Literally this second, I'm afraid.
Roger, that's fine. Are you using GSX?
AFAM.
Roger. Air Not 819 Sierra, hold position, QNH 1026, company traffic pushing or call you back 3-4 minutes.
QNH 1026 will hold position due to company, Air Not 819 Sierra.
Sorry. I'm not sorry.
Bluebird 785, welcome to Heathrow. Taxi left turn on Bravo, then Delta, stand 564.
Left on Bravo, Delta, stand 564, Bluebird 785.
How's it going, Jack?
Heathrow Director Charlie Tango on stand 505 with information Alpha, request push and start.
Shuttle Tango, QNH 1026, stand 505, push and face east.
Push and start facing east, Charlie Tango.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Unlocking gear.
Auto brakes max. How's it going, Steve? Getting massive frame rate issues with my 4080 Super. Any fixes? Probably because you're running out of VRAM. I had the same issue. My fix was to get a 7900 XTX. Sorry. Other than that, just lower your settings. Okay, engine number 2. GSX is clearing off, that's good. We'll use the first officer's side for block time. I normally, my flow would be to leave the fuel pumps off until we're fueled, and I don't really turn the APU on until about a few minutes before we're ready to push. Okay, flaps 1.
Not 819 Sierra, after the company 320 taxis away left hand side, stand 508, push and face south.
Start approved, face south after the company moves away, not 819 Sierra.
Silver 785 Super, can you just give me taxi instructions?
Silver 785, slightly unreadable there, the taxi instruction was Delta, stand 564.
So Delta 7564, 0785 Super, thank you very much.
Heading at 1003, ready for taxi.
And 603, QNH 1026, crest push and start.
Two stations, quality 23 Delta, roger standby, break air not 1003, taxi Alpha and hold at Lowman.
Alpha, hold Lowman, air not 1003.
Quality 23 Delta, stand 603, push and face east.
Push to face east, quality 23 Delta.
Alpha. Lowman, that's all the way down the end. Nice. We've got ages to go yet. Good. Cool, Jack. That's good, mate. Hey, Thomas is in. .2 degrees now.
Ava Director, good morning. Shadow 18 Charlie, stand 592-320 with Alpha, requesting clearance to Aberdeen is fine, QNH 1026.
Oh, Aberdeen,
Shadow 18
nice.
Charlie, Heathrow, good morning. Cleared Aberdeen via the Umlaut 1 Golf departure, squawk 3441.
Okay, so Aberdeen, Umlaut 1 Golf 3441, Shadow 18 Charlie.
Shadow 18 Charlie, correct.
Right, left onto Alpha.
And Director, Shadow 18 Charlie is fully ready for pushback and startup.
Shadow 18 Charlie, stand 592, push and face south.
592, push and face south, Shadow 18 Charlie.
27 left, Jack, and 06 into Eddie. Also playing flights at 24, sweet.
Below 2 on Marvel, we're finalizing on stand 542.
Silver 2 1 Bravo, stand 542, push and face south, QNH 1026.
Push a bit face south before below 2 on Marvel.
Heathrow Director, Charlotte Tango, stand 506, request taxi.
Charlotte Tango, taxi, right turn on Bravo, hold at Lockheed.
Right on Bravo, hold Lockheed, Charlotte Tango.
It's a simple taxi at Heathrow normally, but it is a bit boring, isn't it? at least like Gatwick, it's kind of, you know, Quebec Alpha, Lima, Papa, or Alpha November.
Quality 2, 3 Delta, request taxi.
Quality 2, 3 Delta, taxi Sierra, hold at Sierra 1.
Sierra, hold Sierra 1, quality 2, 3 Delta.
Not 819 Sierra, ready for taxi.
Not 819 Sierra, taxi via Alpha, hold at Lowman.
Taxi Alpha, hold Lowman. Not 819 Sierra.
James, we're going to head up to Edinburgh, then we're going to continue on to Iceland, Keflavik. Alright, 1026. What's going on in my frames?
Not 1003, your number 1 for departure. Please advise if you're able to take an intersection departure.
Affirm, Air 1003.
Not 1003, roger. If you're able, November 4 Echo, taxi Alpha and hold at November 4 Echo. Report ready.
Ah, what's going on? November 4 Echo and taxi via Alpha, Air 1003. Director, just confirming that as November 4 Echo, Air 1003.
Not 1003, A firm. If you are able, November 4 Echo, hold at November 4 Echo. Please advise if unable.
Roger, okay, that's fine. 1003.
Shuttle Tango, you'll be number 2 to the 320 on Alpha, at Delta, join Alpha and hold at Lowman.
Switch to Alpha, hold Lowman, Shuttle Tango. Director, Shuttle Tango taking link 51.
Shuttle Tango, roger.
There's November 4 Whiskey. I would try and reconfigure my plane to do a flex departure based on the new runway length. Struggling to find what I need. So I might just toga it, to be honest. Here we go, November 4 Echo. Toga or bust, as they say. Two 702. November.
And Heathrow Director, Shuttle 18 Charlie, request taxi and able November Bravo 1.
Shuttle 18 Charlie, roger, left turn on Bravo, hold at Lockheed.
Happy
Confirm
days.
you are
There we
only
go.
able full leg.
Left turn Bravo,
Flaps 2.
Lockheed, and yeah, able full length, November Bravo 1, Shuttle 18 Charlie.
Roger.
And at 1003, holding November 4 Echo.
And at 1003, Roger, report ready for departure.
Yeah. Ready for departure, and at 1003.
And at 1003, from November 4 Echo, 27 left, clear for takeoff. The last known service winds were light and variable.
By November 4 Echo, clear for takeoff, runway 27 left, down at 1003.
Quality 23 Delta via Sierra 1, line up 27 left, caution 1 intersection, departure ahead at November 4 Echo.
By Sierra 1, line up 27 left, copy the traffic, quality 23 Delta.
Speedo 21 Bravo, request taxi and we need to find name.
River 21 Bravo, Roger, taxi left turn on Bravo, hold at Lockheed.
Bravo, hold side, okay, Bob, Speedo 21 Bravo.
NR 819 Sierra, number 3 for departure, taxi Alpha and hold at November Bravo 2 Echo.
Number 3 for departure, taxi Alpha, hold November Bravo 2 Echo, NR 819 Sierra.
Shutdown Tango, number 4, taxi Alpha, hold at November Bravo 2 Whiskey.
This controller's threading the needle.
Hold
I like
November
it.
Bravo 2 Whiskey, Shutdown Tango.
Not loving those stutters though. Ugh. Clear for takeoff.
Right, Charlie, taxi via link 28, hold at November Bravo 1.
Link 28, hold at November Bravo 1, and we picked up a QNH at 1025, confirm.
Shuttle 18 Charlie, I've got no information on my controller here, but on the ATIS I think it's 1026, just confirm 1026.
Roger, we'll keep it at 1026, 18 Charlie, thanks.
Okay, SRS green, Manflex 70.
NR 819 Sarah behind the departing 737 via November Bravo 2 Echo, line up runway 27 left behind.
Behind the Boeing 737, taking up
V1.
November Bravo 2 Echo, line runway 27 left behind.
Rotate. Positive climb, gear up.
Director, good morning. Walker 3808 with PDC, QNH 1026, initially 6000. We are ready for push and start.
Walker 3808, Heathrow, good morning. Stand 243, push and face south.
Push face south, Walker 3808.
And on 1003, report your passing altitude.
1,400 feet, and at 1004. 3.
And at 1003, Roger, maintain 6,000 feet upon reaching.
Maintain 6,000 upon reaching, and at 1003.
River 21 Bravo, taxi via link 28, hold at November Bravo 1.
Link to November Bravo 1, Speedo 21 Bravo.
Happy days. Edinburgh, here we come.
For approach, good day, Easy 103, this is 7000.
Easy 103, Heathrow, good morning. Report your passing level and aircraft type. Information Alpha is current. Easy 103, Roger, descent flight level 80, cancel all speed restrictions on the start.
Speed restriction.
Flaps 1.
Easy 153.
Quality 23 Delta, 27 left, surface winds are light and variable, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 27 left, quality 22 Delta.
Just panicking now that my live weather might not be on. Yes, it is. Just happens to be no clouds. Flaps away. Just following those flight directors.
Shuttle Tango behind the departing 320 from your left hand side by November Bravo 2 Whiskey, line up 27 left behind.
Line up behind the aircraft to my left, 27 left behind, show 8 Tango.
Shuttle 18 Charlie, behind the departing 320 on the runway now, by November Bravo 1, line up 27 left, short line up please.
Behind the departing A320 on the runway, line up behind, short line up, 27 left, Shuttle 18 Charlie.
There we go. We'll let autopilot take it from here, shall we?
Airlock 1003, fly heading 325, climb now, flight level 140.
Heading 325, climb now, flight level 140, airlock 1003.
EV 103, fly heading 120 degrees.
Hello, departure speedbird 320 request IFR clearance to Edinburgh. Aircraft is the B772 stand 305.
River 320 Heathrow, good morning, Roger, standby, break quality 23 Delta, report your passing altitude.
Sorry guys, I realise I'm being quite a bad host at the moment, just focusing on this departure. I will catch up with all of your lovely messages very soon.
140, quality 23 Delta.
And 819 Sierra, C7 left, surface winds are light and variable for this takeoff.
Triple takeoff, C7 left, and 819 Sierra.
Charlotte Tango, just to confirm you are clear to line up behind this
Cheers, Orange.
departing 320.
Laying up behind aircraft rolling 27 left, show 8 Tango.
Walker 3808 is ready for taxi. And any departure intersection, no problem.
Walker 3808, Roger, standby, break air not 1003, resume own navigation direct to Welling.
Own navigation direct Welling, airlock 1003.
Walker 3808, taxi via Lima and hold at November Bravo 3, you'll be number 4 for departure.
Lima, November Bravo 3, number 4, Walker 3808.
EV 103, descend flight level 70. And at 1003, there's nothing further now, monitor advisory 122-8, have a good flight, bye-bye.
22.8, thank you very much indeed, airlock 1003. Something tells me that guy's a good controller. Very calm, very effective, very good. Happy days.
Placing traffic right at 552, pushing back stand 6, facing southwest.
Hey Macabell, how are you? Right, what have you all been saying? I feel like there's been loads of messages, and I've not been able to reply because I was busy. People saying about VATSIM, yes there is an exam, talking about Xbox. Yeah, there is a, so the Thrustmaster HOTAS T-Flight 1 I think it's called, that white stick that I was reviewing on the channel around the launch of Flight Sim 2024, that's an Xbox compatible stick, and yeah, not bad for 90-ish quid. Oh! I thought we were going to crash then. Do you see the sim lockup? That was a bit worrying. Very well, thank you, Macabell. Would I prefer a 5070 or 7800 XT for MSFS 24? I mean, given that they both got the same amount of VRAM. Oh, hang on. What does the 5070 have now? I can't remember. Is the 5070 16 now, or is that still capped at 12? If it's capped at 12, I'd be tempted to go AMD just for the RAM, to be honest. Gamer Clark's in. Good morning. Oh, I had a bit of a weird one yesterday. Coming into Edinburgh, I was recording a video flight which will be out on the channel soon. And I don't know whether I messed up or whether we both messed up or what happened really. I've been thinking about it all night. last night, thinking like, was it me? Did I mess up? It was on Unicom. So to briefly explain, what happened was,
5 Echo Delta 5 Bravo 1 lining up departing runway 07.
I was coming up. I was sort of here on my way to Edinburgh. There was about 4 planes on approach, and I was sort of coming up around here. And there was a queue of like 1, 2, 3, 4, and the last one was kind of all the way out here. So I extended my kind of arrival into Eddie, so I sort of came out and around. And then someone else coming behind me that was behind me all the way headed direct for CI-24. And I was at 3,000 feet all the way from here, basically, just kind of trundling around. Got in touch with Tower, made my final call that I was, going to direct CI-24. Got in touch with Tower. And then, like, at the last minute, I noticed this EasyJet plane kind of coming towards CI-24, and I was like, it looked like they're about 5,000 feet above me. And I was like, oh, they must be, they're going to sort of, like, overshoot and then maybe loop around and come back. But they didn't. They always ended up right on top of me, and I was like, did I do the right thing? I guess I could have gotten out of the way. But I just didn't think for a minute that they were actually going to commit to, like, coming right in on top of me. Like, I had a TCAS warning and everything. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
Losing traffic, runner 552, taxiing Bravo.
I felt like I was just trying to follow the flow that was already in place, rather than doing that very same thing to those in front of me. I guess we'll never know. Will the 7900 XT handle the A320 Phoenix at ultra settings? At least 40 FPS, stable on the ground. You're going to be more probably limited by your CPU. And I can show you what I'm getting right now. And that's with frame generation. So cut that in half to get the actual number. So about 40 in the air. But yeah, I can't guarantee you 40 on the ground. Like, that's the dream. I see people on Facebook that have got like 5090s that don't even get that because their CPU won't let them. There's no rule on 122.8, and that's the problem. Yeah. Dominic's, this is 24. Yeah, I don't know whether I did the right thing or not. Maybe I should have, like, got out the way, or... But, I don't know, I felt like I was following everyone else. Sort of joining the back of the queue. Trying to keep 10 miles between the one in front and me. And then all of a sudden I just see this plane come, and I was like, oh my god, like TCAS goes off. Dan, well, the controller, there was no controller, it was Unicom. There was a tower controller, and I got in touch with Tower, and then I hear the tower controller saying, you're to the other guy, you're right on top of another plane, you probably want to go out around and contact me again when you're... Yeah, it was a weird one. I'll let you make your own judgments when the video's out. I was trying to think if it's the other way round. If I was coming into CI-24 and I could see a plane that had joined a queue of other planes and was sat at 3,000 feet for ages inbound to a waypoint, and I was coming down like a rock. I don't know. Nice enough guy. There's no trouble about it. I messaged him afterwards to be like, hey, sorry if there's any problems. And he was like, oh, I thought I recognised your voice, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, like, no problem. Yes, Twarog, it does indeed. I keep thinking about a 9800 X3D. I just feel like I'm going to spend like 800 quid or more and not be that much further forward. I'll still be like, oh, damn it, it's lagging on the ground at Heathrow even after I've spent all that money. That's my fear. That's what stops me from doing it. Morning, Rob. Has your card arrived yet? "15 minutes away." Nice. What did you get? Did you get Founders? Or did you get a thingy? An AIB? Founders, cool. So that's got the... So 5080 Founders, that's the same... Like, physically, it's the same as the 5090, isn't it? And it's a 2-slot. Nice, yeah, that's cool. I mean, I'm happy for you, Rob, but it's probably not going to be as good as my Hellhound 7900 XTX. I'm looking at it now. It's glowing in bright blue with a picture of a wolf on it, so, you know. Nothing's going to top that, let's be real. It's so tacky. That's what I almost love. I love that about it. It is so unbelievably tacky. Just like the bright blue, like the stupid graphic of a wolf, like snarling. It's like, yeah, graphics. I adore it. Oh yeah, wolf and a moon fleece. I'm part of a Facebook group that like spots people wearing those. It's so funny. There was like a mother and son wearing them, and it was like, you know, mother and her cub. Searching for food. Like a picture of them in the supermarket. Might have to get myself one of those, wear it on stream. You got the 5700X. Is that in CPU, Macabell? Because that could also be a GPU, couldn't it? If you go back far enough. Well, no, that'd be the XT, actually, wouldn't it? Good card, that, though. Right, there was a lot of people, weren't there, heading up to Eddie. There's me. Fairly certain all of this lot are going to Eddie. 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 Aberdeen. And lo and behold, we've got Tower online. Look at that. There's a fair few on the ground as well, so we can expect our performance to tank when we get there. I will look forward to that immensely. Hey, Gino. Sandy Bridge. What Sandy Bridge was that? What gen was that? That was... Let me think. Was that 9th or 10th gen? Second gen? Second gen i7? Or 5 or whatever. I've got a first gen i7 up in the loft. Nehalem, was that the code name? Nehalem? Norox, I'm not entirely sure, because I've never really used or tested either myself. My gut feeling would probably be the 14400F. Gut feeling only, though. Based on anecdata. Gino, we're going up to Edinburgh now, and then we're going to go from Edinburgh, hopefully, to Iceland. We don't have any scenery for Iceland. So we're going to have to make do with the default. I did think about buying some, but then I'm going to end up just like spending all my money on bloody scenery and have no money left. I'm supposed to make a profit here, not spend it all on scenery. Yeah, 5700X is going to be a long way behind the 9800X 3D. Yeah, Jack, you have to kind of, well, not necessarily the next stream. We might kind of park the tour and, I don't know, do some Ryanair ops or something. But yeah, the next time we revisit this European Capitals tour, then yeah, it will be from Iceland, and then we'll go to Greenland. I'll show you the route. My Airlines, Airnaut, Awards, Euro Capitals. There we go. Heathrow to Eddie, that's what we're doing now. Then Eddie to Keflavik, Keflavik to Nuuk, Nuuk to Vagar, Vagar to Oslo, and it just goes on and on and on. So much so that I don't think... Oh yeah, does it? It all fits in this list eventually. But yeah, Grumpy Grumpy went to work on this one. I mean, look at all those routes. I'm very grateful to him for doing this, because I wouldn't have the time to set all this up. So we've got Grumpy to thank, and he also wrote all the descriptions and all that sort of stuff. So any problems, take it up with Grumpy. Have I missed Dublin? What do you mean, Andrew? Departing Dublin to Edinburgh, nice one, Dylan. See you there. Yes, Elliot, I am. Amazing. However, it does tend to kill my PC. What does New Sky do? So New Sky is a piece of software that hosts the virtual airline. So for example, like, you get yourself a New Sky account, download the app, and then you can just search to start joining virtual airlines. And these are all the ones that are on here, like Osprey, British AV Geek. They're on here. There's us. We're on page 1 now. I was so pleased when we got to page 1, but now I don't know how far we are. New Sky Academy doesn't count, not really. Lufthansa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we're nearly in the top 10. We're number 11. And it just goes on and on and on. And there's all these airlines you can join. So once you've got yourself an account, you can apply to join all the different airlines. And it logs your score. So for every flight, you'll get an out of 10 score. That obviously, you as a pilot, every score you get, it all goes into one big average. So your pilot score might be, I don't know, 9.2. Out of like 100 flights, it all averages to 9.2. But then every flight you do for each airline contributes to the airline score. So you see our score here is 9.19. That's because of all the pilots that have ever flown for us, all the scores they get totted up out of 10, and then it gets averaged out. The idea is that airlines can compete with each other, but it's not done directly with money. Because if you imagine, like, how many pilots have we got? 149. Whereas if you compare and contrast us to Osprey, Luke's got 1,156. So, therefore, they can do more flights. And obviously, you know, more money in the till. So rather than just like the biggest one wins, New Sky is planning to do it. I don't know if they already have done it, but they're planning to do it based on profitability. So it doesn't matter if you do 1,000 flights or 10 flights. If the profitability across those flights is better on the airline that's only done 10 flights, then that airline comes out ahead. That's how small virtual airlines can compete with the big ones. Yeah, so as the owner of the airline, I can hire and fire. So people have to apply to join. I then get a little message up here in the top. This little envelope will have like a number 1 on it if someone applies. The only rule we have is that we have to have a pilot score of above 8.0, because that just kind of signifies that you can go point A to point B and generally get there okay, and you sort of roughly know what you're doing. Stuff happens though, like people have absolute shockers sometimes, but then so do I, so I don't really hold it against people. I know some airlines might. Because like, if you were to crash a plane, then that's like a $2 million loss on the airline, or sort of, you know, tail strike is like a $2 million fine, that sort of thing. It just generally keeps you flying at your best, because we're being this, you know, New Sky is logging this flight. So for example, if I didn't have my strobe light on right now, and I'd forgot to put it on at Heathrow, it would be saying that we are like, what are we now, 24 minutes into the flight. It would be saying, you know, you've had your strobe light off for 25 minutes. There's a fine of either a points fine, so it might take off 0.5 off your 10 out of 10 score, so you're down to 9.5, or it might fine you some money. If you do a tail strike on landing, it'll take some points off your score, and it'll probably fine you, so your economics for the flight are upside down. There's two ways you can do flights as well. So if you go to like My Flights, you can go, these are all the flights I've been doing recently. You go to book a flight, you can choose a free flight or a scheduled flight, and you've got free and scheduled for both passengers over here and cargo over here. In an ideal world, if you want to please the virtual airline the most, you would choose scheduled for either. So you would go to scheduled passenger. I'm only joined to my own airline here, so it comes up for me, but if I was on, Osprey would appear here. I'll go to Air Not, and it then tells me of all the scheduled flights that we have that can be flown. Now, there are more scheduled routes. For example, this route here, let's take this route as a good example. Heathrow to Bergen. A320neo is available to be flown. That's because at Heathrow right now, there is an A320neo, at least one A319, and at least one 738, because as the airline owner, I have to lease airliners. And each time I lease an airliner, that puts a monthly cost onto the airline. Therefore, I need to try and balance the amount of airliners that we have with pilots that are willing to fly routes. So let's say there's one 737-800 at Heathrow. Someone flies that on a scheduled route from Heathrow to Bergen. This 737 will then disappear from being available at Heathrow and will become available at Bergen once it's landed there. Now, the pilot that flew it there could then turn around and fly it back. Or it might be that someone else wants to fly a flight and it's like, oh, I see there's a route from Bergen to Edinburgh. I'll fly that 737 from Bergen to Edinburgh. That 737 is now at Edinburgh. And then it will light up at Edinburgh that it can be taken on a route somewhere. So the plane is where you leave it. I did put a load of 777 freighters at East Midlands, but then people flew them everywhere and never brought them back. So sometimes, a repositioning flight might not be the worst idea occasionally. But if you're ever confused about, where you want to go, sometimes I sort of think about what I'm going to do, and I kind of get like analysis paralysis almost. It's a nice way to kind of sort yourself out and just be like, I'll just fly here because it needs to be flown, and it'd be helpful if I did it, rather than thinking about, oh, what do I do? Where do I go? Should I go here? Should I go there? I don't know. And then you end up doing nothing. It kind of cuts you out of that. How do you join? Go onto the New Sky website, make an account, download the app, and you need to do one flight for the New Sky Academy, which is basically like where you sort of train and practice. And once you've done that, you can start applying to airlines, and then I'll see your application and hopefully approve it. The annoying thing is I don't get notifications on my phone or anything, so I just log in whenever I log in if I'm not flying that day, and it can take a little while. But you don't have to fly on VATSIM, Elliot. You fly on whatever you want. You can just fly completely offline. There's no obligation to fly VATSIM. You can use Beyond ATC, you can use Say Intentions, or you can just use nothing and just do what you want. newsky.app is the website. That's all it is. Right. Need to do our arrival information. Let's check. We're still on for 06, are we? Always like to refresh the page. I know they say you don't have to, but I always like to refresh. 06 QNH 1026. And our landing weight is going to be 60.9 plus 3.7. So that'd be 61.6, 64.6. Check out the maths on me. Low auto brake's not going to cut it, but medium will. Medium auto brake set. Let's go to our performance page, go to the Arrival QNH was 1026 and the temperature is 17 degrees. Wind is 030 and 6. And the minimums are 310 feet. It's done. Now the plan to get us into Edinburgh. $4,000 feet. I mean, we're on Unicom. We could just put 4,000 in the window. We do have the 737. We've got lots of airliners. But if there's a route that isn't on our schedule, because obviously I have to create the schedule, or Grumpy helps create the schedule as well. Grumpy does an awful lot. Hey, Grumpy is also called Wasp on YouTube. You might see him in the chat, but I call him Grumpy. If there's something that's not on our schedule, like some people say, oh, I'd love it if I could fly from New York to Miami, but it's not on your schedule. It's like, fine, do a free flight, and then just select our airline, and then you can go wherever you want. Give yourself whatever number you want. Type in where you want to go from, where you want to go to, what aircraft you can take. Only difference is on a free flight is the airline gets slightly less money, but I'm not really worried about that. The plane isn't where you leave it. So all aircraft types are available. It doesn't matter whether there's one available at New York to go to Miami. It's just like, as long as we've leased at least one of that type of plane, it will be available for you to fly. So it kind of just gives you freedom to go wherever you want and still give the airline some credit. But in an ideal world, it would be a scheduled flight that you do. But, I'm not perfect. I can't really talk. I quite often just do a free flight because I want to go where I want to go that day for the stream or whatever. And, yeah. There is a little hack you can do. Like some people, like I've flown in a Ryanair livery on the stream, claiming to do Ryanair ops, but actually I'm logging all the flights as airnot. So we get money for the airline. Don't tell anyone. But yeah, it just adds another layer to the simming. Adds a bit of purpose to it. Oh god, yeah, Rob, the packaging's amazing. My 4080 Super, the box, like the outer shipping box, is something to behold. And then there's another box inside that kind of like opens up like a triangle pyramid thing, and then the card is just revealed. It's amazing. I imagine yours is just as wonderful. I remember my mum was here when my 4080 Super was arrived, and she was just like, couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. She was like, I was like, oh, I'm getting a graphics card. And she was like, oh yeah, just thinking it's going to be like, I don't know, just a computery box. You know, like when you buy a CPU from AMD, it's just like in a little cardboard box. And yeah, like the fact that even the way the shipping box kind of unfolded, the outer like brown cardboard box, she was like, oh my god. Like they went to town on that thing. Edinburgh traffic, airnot 1003, inbound Shap, beginning our descent now from 340 down to 4,000 feet for the ILS 06 into Edinburgh traffic. Yeah, so I've got Easy in front. Dylan, there's you. Dylan, I think you and I could clash, to be honest, if we're not careful. Yeah. Because we are heading pretty much for the same place, aren't we? Ops means operations. So you can hold. I was going to suggest the same thing, but if you're happy to, I'd appreciate it. Because I've got to get to Iceland before the stream ends. And when I say the stream ends, before school ends. Thank you, mate. If I enter my name as Twarog with a capital, it won't allow it as a pilot name. Why not? I don't know why, to be honest. I didn't make the software, but... That's a new one. I mean, I'll be honest, before you came in the chat, I've never heard the word Tuareg. So I don't know if there's like a hidden meaning to it that it's been put on a list of offensive usernames. I don't know. Damn, you got a way to go, football. Welcome in, Fafa. Welcome on in. Can you all hear me okay still?
Edinburgh traffic, quality 23 Delta, descending on a flight level 360, 8 miles from Abbey. We'll maintain 270 knots in the descent.
It's a Polish cheese. It does. So the scheduled flight, or any flight, does on New Sky does come with a flight plan. So you choose your flight, and then you can. I mean, we can't now because we're in flight. But here, over by actions, there's a little clipboard icon. You click that, it will load you into SimBrief, and based on your departure and arrival, it will make SimBrief do you a flight plan. And based on the cargo that New Sky and passengers that New Sky has put on the flight, it will inject that into SimBrief as well. I think the pilot name has to be... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, because certain routes will generally have more demand. So if you were to do a cargo flight from, I don't know, Bristol Airport to Edinburgh, well, guess what? There's not a lot of cargo that moves between Bristol and Edinburgh, so that you're going to end up with a flight that is quite empty. Whereas if you did, I don't know, Madrid to East Midlands, you're likely to get a fuller flight, therefore make more money for the airline. Oh, nice one, Tuareg. So, one thing I can do as the virtual airline owner is I can also adjust ticketing prices. So maybe between Manchester and Alicante, if demand is low, if whenever we generate a flight we never get a full house, I could try reducing the ticket price to see if we could increase sales such that overall we make more money. It gets quite nerdy quite quickly, which I kind of like, to be honest with you. Alright, so I'm going to go up to Tartan, then
Edinburgh traffic, quality 23 Delta, descending out of flight level 250 by the MPIP, 1 Echo, arrival 06, descending flight level 70 by MPIP.
hold at Tartan at 070. Let's have a look. Oh my word. What am I going to be at Tartan? I'm going to be at 7,000 feet at Tartan. Are you able to put 1,000 feet between us, Dylan? Yeah, I'm just going to basically try and follow easy in front, because if I try and go straight ahead to try and miss Dylan, I'm going to potentially cut up easy as well. I think I'm probably going to get to Tartan before you, Dylan. Only just, though. Cheers, Cameron. Thanks, mate. Oh, is that follower 980 I just saw? 20 followers to 1,000. Sweet. What time is it for me? It is 11:15. Just gone. Okay, let's lose that speed brake. Oh, it's going to be tight, Dylan.
Edinburgh traffic quality 23 Delta is 7 miles from Exeter, flying 230 knots. I should just about beat you there, Dylan, I think. More drag required, I think. Edinburgh traffic in at 1003. We are 18 miles out from Tartan. Speed currently 250. Edinburgh traffic. Halifax to Amsterdam. You know, I was watching a Steve Marsh video. I don't know if any of you watch Steve Marsh. Lovely bloke. Should definitely go and watch him. He was flying JFK back to Edinburgh, and he did that in a 321 Neo with JetBlue, which I thought was pretty cool. Oh yeah, Dylan, you'll be alright. I mean, Dylan, I think you probably would be better to think more about the traffic behind me rather than me, if that makes sense. Maybe see if you can slot in between Tay 23 Delta and the air not behind. Right. Lights on. Yeah, it's amazing how far you can get now on what I would consider to be a short-haul airliner. So it'll be fun when the Phoenix bring out their 321. I wonder how many of those you'll see on across the pond. Will do, Rob. I'll have a look when I'm landed. Looks like it, Philip. Yeah. So I did... I haven't done anything special here at all. All I did was 06...
Input 1 Echo via TLA. But even though you put via TLA, it's basically ignored TLA and wrapped you round via TART and then brings you out. I must admit, I did think that was unusual when I saw it. Yeah, finally, right? Okay, speed break away. Should we go to stick cam? Or yoke cam, or whatever you want to call it. Crotch cam. Got shorts on today, that's how hot it is. I never wear shorts. These are my only pair of shorts I've got. And they're covered in paint, because I wore them when I was painting my kids' room. Hey, Fred. Easy's turn in on base. Dylan, I think you're going to be in luck here. I think you're going to be able to slot right in the middle. Edinburgh traffic, air 1003, we're 7,000 feet, currently turning at Tartan, reducing speed to 230, Edinburgh traffic, for 06 arrival.
Edinburgh traffic, quality 23 Delta is 7 miles from Tartan, reducing speed to 20 knots, and we'll be leaving Tartan on a heading of 350.
Edinburgh traffic is 31 Bravo, directing to Alpha Golf, Papa Echo Delta Alphabet.
Edinburgh traffic, air 1003. We've left Tartan at heading 254 degrees to fly downwind. Then we'll turn right onto base for Delta 3210 waypoint, Edinburgh traffic. How's it going, Samuel?
And 819 Sierra, the traffic, we're planning on holding Tartan due to traffic.
Busy. What's the QNH here? 1026 still. Where's Dylan gone?
Edinburgh traffic, Tomjet 5 Echo Delta, just passing Mexico, descending 5190 inbound Tartan, Tomjet 5 Echo Delta.
Don't tell me that's another one. Oh no. It's not. We're alright. Right, is quality 23 Delta going to cut in front of us then? I am running the 7900 XTX right now.
Edinburgh traffic, quality 23 Delta, now making a left turn 240 for a right downwind, and continuing descent down to 3,000 feet.
Okay, that's going to be a problem then.
Edinburgh traffic, and 819 Sierra, we're cancelling the hold. It seems like the traffic is disconnected. We'll continue at speed 2B09.
Edinburgh traffic in at 1003, turning base for runway 06. Quality 23 Delta, did you want us to extend our approach so you can go first? And at 1003.
No, mate, you're good to go now. I've got you on my TCAS. You're 10 miles in front, so you can make the approach and we'll slide behind.
Roger, thanks. And at 1003. Dylan just logged off. Easiest way to sort it out. Fair play.
Traffic in 8190 over, we're going to be leaving Tarleton heading 005 traffic, and then we'll be shortly making a left for base Edinburgh traffic.
Okay, let's go speed 200. Keep things moving. We'll get the approach mode. Oh, approach mode already is armed, that's okay. And we need to contact Tower on 118705. And Edinburgh traffic, Air 1003, flying right hand base for 06, speed 200 knots, Edinburgh traffic. I don't really have a racing sim car. It's more... I've got a Logitech G923, but I wouldn't call that a racing sim. How's it going, Light Post? Welcome, buddy. How many miles out? We're currently...
Edinburgh traffic, quality 23 Delta, 4,000 feet, turning right base, 06.
And Edinburgh traffic, Air 1003, turning final now at CI 06. We're going to go over to Tower, Edinburgh.
Is it 69 recorded for taxi?
ED69 Echo, taxi holding point Alpha 1, production. Giving way to a Scottish 320 from the left, taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 06, Sphere Echo 1.
Give way to the traffic passing left to right. After start taxi to runway 06 Alpha 1 via Echo 1. Is it 69 record?
Tower, good morning. Air 1003, established with you on the ILS 406.
Air 1003, Edinburgh Summer Bay, good morning to you. Continue approach runway 06, number 1, 030 degrees at 6 knots. I'm probably going to get 2 departures ahead of your arrival.
Continue approach runway 06, Air 1003. Do you want us to slow to final approach speed?
You're fine for now, I'll call it if I need.
Roger.
Wow, is that David?
Did I just hear that?
13 Bravo, thanks for flying today. There's no further ATC. Monitor Unicom 122-8, so long.
Monitor Unicom, Shuttle 1 Bravo, still.
Braveheart 15 Quebec Whiskey, fully ready on reaching.
Braveheart 15 Quebec Whiskey, I believe so.
Roger that.
Okay, 160.
Braveheart 15 Quebec Whiskey, traffic air knot 328 miles, via Alpha 106, cleared takeoff, 030 degrees 6 knots.
Clear takeoff runway 06, Braveheart 15
Get down.
Quebec Whiskey, 8 miles.
Not 1003, change of plans. Continue approach runway 06, you are number 1. It's just one departure prior to your arrival.
Continue approach 06, number 1, and at 1003, thanks.
Speedbird 77 Mike, stand 16, ready for push and start.
Super 77 Mike, Edinburgh Tower, hello, Archer. Stand 16, push, start approved.
Push and start approved, Speedbird 77 Mike.
Okay, I'll stay 160 till 5, just to try and help out those behind me. Okay, final approach speed. Let's go. Flaps full.
1003, report your indicated airspeed.
150 slowing to 139, now not 1003.
Enemy target after, good morning, quality 23 Delta ILS 06 at 11 miles with speed 180 knots.
Quality 23 Delta Edinburgh Tower, good morning. Continue approach runway 06, number 2, 030 degrees at 6 knots. Traffic's in air knot 320 on the 4 mile final, slowing their final speed.
Roger, continue approach number 2, quality 23 Delta.
Not 1003, after the departing 320, runway 06, cleared to land 030 degrees at 6 knots.
After the departing 320, cleared to land 06, not 1003.
Braveheart 15 Quebec Whiskey, no further ATC, check mode Charlie, and Unicom 122-8, so long.
Water stream, back to ATC, 128, check Charlie, big on 15 Quebec Whiskey, bye-bye.
So long. EC69 Echo, behind, arriving air knot 320, 2 mile final, via Alpha 1, line up runway 06 behind, and be ready for immediate.
Behind the landing traffic, line up runway 06, and Roger is 69 Echo.
Okay, my plane.
Quality 23 Delta, reduce to your minimum approach speed.
Reduce minimum approach speed, quality 23 Delta.
100 above. 200. Minimum.
Continue.
100.
ED69 Echo, hold position, cancel the line-up clearance, hold Alpha 1, acknowledge.
50.
Holding Alpha 1 is 69 Echo.
20. Retard. 5.
A little bit firm, 328 feet per minute, but that's okay. I'll take it.
ED69 Echo behind arriving 737 on a 4 mile final, via Alpha 1, line up runway 06 behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up runway 06, behind is 69 Echo.
Quality 23 Delta, 06, planned after vacating air knot 320, 030 degrees 6 knots.
Clear to land runway 06, quality 23 Delta.
Right, we're off.
Not 1003, welcome Edinburgh, taxi stand 10 via Foxtrot 1.
10 via Foxtrot 1 and at 1003. That will be over to our right, I believe. Yeah, Foxtrot 1. Just going to double check the charts. Yeah.
77 Mike, ready to taxi to the runway.
To the 77 Mike, thanks. Taxi holding point Lima 1.
Taxi holding point Lima 1, 77 Mike.
Get those flaps away.
Edinburgh Tower, good morning. Not 819 Sierra, we're established on the ILF runway 06 with 13 nautical miles out. Not 819 Sierra, Edinburgh Tower, good morning. Runway 06, continue approach, your number 1, 040 degrees at 8 knots, there's 1 departure prior to arrival. Continue approach wind number 1 and 1 departure prior to our arrival. We're now 819 Sierra.
Here's stand 10. Good. Tell GSX we're coming. Then maybe it might do the right thing. Who knows?
Quality 23 Delta, taxi stand 208 via Papa 1.
Taxi stand 208 by Papa 1, quality 23 Delta.
To the 77 Mike, give way to 737 at Charlie, taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 06.
Give way to 737 at Charlie and taxi to on Alpha to Alpha 106, speedbird 77 Mike.
Easy 69 Echo, runway 06, cleared for takeoff, 040 degrees at 8 knots.
Clear for takeoff runway 06 is 69 Echo.
What's that, Butter? Okay. We're here. Landing system off. Flight directors off. We will disable our predictive wind shear. Flaps are up. APU is not fired yet because I didn't click the button properly because I was busy. That's annoying. That's annoying. Still.
Edinburgh Tower, good morning, Tomjet 5 Echo Delta with you, established on the ILS 06 at 11 miles.
We do some plane spotting.
Echo Delta, Edinburgh Tower, hello, Roger. Continue approach from 06, your number 2, it's 040 degrees at 8 knots. I'm just going to get 1 departure between you and the one ahead.
Continue approach from 06, Tomjet 5 Echo Delta.
Not 819 Sierra, runway 06, clear to land, surface wind 040 degrees 8 knots. Runway 06, clear to land.
Struggling with stutters in Flight Sim 2020. You're probably CPU limited, to be honest with you.
Unicom altitude descent is 69 Echo, thank you, brother.
Okay, AP's now available.
77 Mike, fully ready on
Engines off.
Fully ready on reach in 77 Mike.
Roger.
Cheers, Von.
Tomjet 5 Echo Delta, reduce airspeed 160 knots, maintain until 40 ME.
160 knots to 40
Right, let's see what we got.
5 Echo Delta.
Average touchdown? Get out. Wasn't that bad. In fairness, it was kind of average. Alright, fine. Alright, New Sky, whatever. Still, we made nearly 17k for the airline. So that's alright. That's alright. Right, 11:45, we need to get to Keflavik. So, my airlines. They're not. Let's get them deboarding. The quicker they deboard, the quicker we can get them out of here. External power. Turn those off. Turn the fuel pumps off.
Tomjet 5 Echo Delta, change of plans, reduce now your minimum approach speed.
Minimum approach speed, Tomjet 5 Echo Delta.
Seabird 77 Mike, Sierra Alpha 1, line up runway 06 and be ready for an immediate departure.
Line up on runway 06.
Morning, Connor.
For immediate departure, 77 Mike.
Right then, let's get our flight planned to Keflavik. Be a bit of a long old slog, this one, isn't it? 823 Victor will be our call sign, and we'll take the 320 Neo 320 IAE engines. It's only a couple of hours, shouldn't be too bad. I can have some lunch in that time, and we can do Wordle. We'll have so much fun.
Seabird 77 Mike, runway 06 to immediate takeoff.
Runway 06, immediate takeoff, 77 Mike.
Tomjet 5 Echo Delta, runway 06, land after the departing British Airways 777, 040 degrees 8 knots.
After the British Airways 777, go to land runway 06, Tomjet 5 Echo Delta.
Right, so we've booked the flight.
NL 819 Sierra, taxi stands 9 via Foxtrot.
Generate us a flight plan in sim brief.
Stand 9 via Foxtrot 1, NL 819 Sierra.
Edinburgh Tower, Shoal 8 Tango, established localizer runway 06, 13 miles.
Shuttle 8 Tango,
Well, look, we've got
Edinburgh
tower at Keflavik.
Morning. Continue approach runway 06, your number 3040 degrees 8 knots.
Continue approach, Shoal 8 Tango.
Initial altitude
Seabird
2400.
77 Mike, thanks for your help. There's no further ATC. Monitor Unicom 122.8. So long.
Over to Unicom 122.8, Speedbird 77
360,
Mike, ATC,
it's
that was
fine.
good work.
Thanks.
Call sign air not. Let's file that. Let's reconnect to VATSIM with our new call sign. Hey, there he goes. Look. with GPU attached. Love to see that. Yeah, Chris, it's a funny one at the minute. Hopefully VRAM usage will get better.
Edinburgh Tower, this is KLM 212. We were disconnected. Now we are back on stand 106. Airbus A330 with information calls requesting IFR to Stuttgart.
Roger. Tomjet 5 Echo Delta, taxi stand 15 via Lima 1.
Stand 15 via Lima 1, Tomjet 5 Echo Delta.
Busy, busy.
Second for
KLM 212,
KLM
cleared Stuttgart, Tower 6 Delta departure, squawk 5403.
Squawk 5403 and over Delta departure for KLM 212.
KLM 212, just check the departure routing for me. Tower 6 Delta, that's Tango Lima Alpha 6 Delta.
Tango Lima Alpha 6 Delta departure.
Right, let's update the top bit.
That's correct.
Happy days.
Shuttle 8 Tango, runway 06, clear to land 040 degrees 8 knots.
Clear to land, Shoal 8 Tango.
Right, we're deboarding, about 100 left. I'm going to leave you
Edinburgh
with some
Tower, good day.
plane spotting,
53 Bravo Sierra, stand 1 Bravo with information Gulf.
and I'm going to make a quick coffee while we're waiting for this. I'll see you in a minute.
53 Bravo Sierra, Edinburgh Tower, hello, Roger. Clear to Dublin, Gotham 1 Delta departure. Squawk 5663, the QNH is 1026.
Clear to Dublin via the Gulf 1 Delta departure, squawk 5663, QNH 1026.
Correct. Double 8 Tango, welcome to Edinburgh, taxi stand 7 via Foxtrot 1.
Stand 7 bar Foxtrot 1, Charlie Tango.
KLM 212, request push start.
KLM 212, stand 106, push approved.
Push approved, KLM 212.
Edinburgh Tower, Gemzone 53 Bravo Sierra, stand 1 Bravo, requesting start up and push.
Gemzone 53 Bravo Sierra, stand 1 Bravo, push start approved.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Push and start approved, stand 1 Bravo.
Right.
Edinburgh Tower, NOP 5.
Is that to say that we're deboarded then?
To Keflavik, please. We have information. Golf and we are at step 1. NOP 59 Lima, Edinburgh Tower, Roger, report your aircraft type.
We are A320.
NOP 59 Lima, thanks. Code Keflavik, Goss Sun 1 Delta departure, score 7503.
Clear to Keflavik on the Go Sam 1 Delta departure, score 7503, NOP 59 Lima.
Read back correct.
How you doing, timeout? I suppose we could attach the tug now, couldn't we? Guess it can't hurt.
Tower Charlie Tango 1, stand 7, shutting down. Thank you, service bye.
Double 8 Tango, thanks for flying so long.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Definitely quieting down a bit here, isn't it? Bit of a rush there, wasn't there, to start? Okay, cargo's on its way, that's good.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Now,
KLM 212, request taxi.
if I click boarding passengers now,
Yeah,
will they start boarding? Yeah, there they go. Look. There they go.
Via Echo 1.
I need to get clearance. That's what I need to do.
Taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 06 by Echo 1. KLM
That's what I need to do. What's going on? What information have we got? Golf.
NOP 21 Echo, request Alpha clearance to Keflavik, please. We're an A320, stand 9 with information Golf on board. NOP 21 Echo, Edinburgh Tower, hello. Need you on an even level for Keflavik. Would you prefer 380 or 360?
We'll take 380, please, for NOP 21 Echo.
NOP 21 Echo, thanks. Flight level 380 is on request. You cleared Keflavik. Go Sam 1 Delta departure. Squawk 3413. The QNH is 1026. We're clear to Keflavik via the Ghost at 1.
So that Baslu 3 kilo.
Final flight level is now flight level 380, squawks 3413 and QNH 1026 for air not 21 Echo.
Correct.
Gemstone 53 Bravo Sierra, requesting taxi.
No, not done either, man.
3 Bravo Sierra, follow KLM 330, taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 06 via Echo 1.
Lightning, we can do, or we will do, once we've gone from Iceland to
Follow the
Nook,
KLM
then back to
A330
Faroe Islands.
to holding point Alpha 1 via Echo.
Tower, hello, speedboat 320, final approach on runway 06.
Speedboat 320, Edinburgh Tower, good morning. Runway 06, clear to land, 040 degrees 8 knots.
Clear to land, speedboat 320.
Good. Plane is loading up nicely. Tower Air Knot 823 Victor, stand 10 with Golf on board, type A320, looking for clearance to Keflavik, please.
Air Knot 823 Victor, Edinburgh Tower, good morning. Hello again. Clear to Keflavik, go Sun 1 Delta departure. Squawk 6463, just check the QNH 1026.
Clear to Keflavik on the Go Sun 1 Delta departure, squawk 6463, QNH 1026, Air Knot 823 Victor.
Correct.
Six, 4, 6, 3, off. So ATSU, AOC, flight init, init data request. So obviously we've got our old plan in here, Heathrow to Eddie. Edinburgh should go up there, and then BIKF, BIKF, Keflavik is in there. Go to the init page, do an init request. Chris, honestly, I think you need like at least a computer science degree to be able to do flight sim properly these days.
KLM 212 behind the arriving British Airways 777 on a short final. Via Alpha 1, line up runway 06 behind.
Let's get the wind data.
Behind the British Airways aircraft are KLM 212.
Done half the plane, that's good. Cargo clearing off, yes they are. Right, let's have a quick look at charts. Out of here on the GOSUM 1 Delta departure, 6,000 feet required, so I'll put 6,000 in the window. No higher than 6. That's fine. That's all good. Wind. Zero 06 and 19, Jack. Yeah, I've heard the Faroe Islands is tricky. Might have to take the minibus if we go there. Right, go some 1 Delta. Wallop. What's going on in Iceland currently? Because there was tower online. Runway in use 19. Expect ILS or RMP approach runway 19. Sweet. Well, we'll plan for 19. We can always change it, can't we?
Tower KLM 212 is ready for departure.
Roger.
Where's ILS Zulu 19? There it is. We're on the Baslu 3 Kilo
320, taxi stand 18 via Mike 1.
via Elvam.
Taxi to stand 18 via Mike 1.
If we're going to plan,
KLM 212, runway 06, clear for takeoff, 040 degrees 8 knots.
Good for takeoff, KLM 212.
out of here, then we head on up.
Gemstone 53, Bravo Sierra behind departing KLM 330,
And
via
in.
Alpha 1, line up runway 06 behind.
Line up behind the departing A330 via Alpha 1.
We are programming the flight computers at the moment. Is what we're doing. We're just waiting for the final 20 passengers to get on board. We'll shut the cargo doors. When are Phoenix going to come out with their update? I don't know when they're going to do it.
Edinburgh Tower, good day, Renault 3502.
Come on, last two.
No 3502 Edinburgh Tower, hello, Avacha. Continue approach runway 06.
Plane is the
number 1,
A320.
1 ahead, 040 degrees 8 knots.
Okay, send that to MCDU. Departure 06, dry, sync the load sheet, sync the weather.
KLM 212, no further ATC.
Calculate.
Console.
Send that to the MCDU.
Bye-bye.
Init page B is looking complete
Tower
and reasonable.
Echo, ready for push and start. Stand
Flaps 3.
Not 21 Echo, stand 9, push start approved.
Push and start approved, stand 9 now, 21 Echo. Edinburgh Tower, NOT 590 American, push and start, stand 1.
Not 59 Lima, stand 1, push and start approved.
Is there another air not?
Push and start approved.
Oh no.
Gemstone 53, Bravo Sierra, runway 06, cleared for
Okay, so my drone camera is in the sea apparently.
Give or take off runway 06, jump on 53 Bravo Sierra.
Tower, I've got no idea what just happened to my sim then. I don't know if you saw me go flying.
We saw some helicopter maneuvers, it was quite amusing.
I'm going to reboot at the gate. I'll see you again in a minute. Head on 823 Victor.
See ya.
It's done it again! There I go. All because I went to the drone cam. It's a bit extreme, isn't it? There I go, look. Right, whose fault was that? Can't blame Lanky. Oh man, Matt. You've literally picked the best / worst time to have raided. Thank you for raiding with a party of 30 and subjecting your viewers to this. Right. So, let me explain. Alright. We were at stand 10. I switched to my drone camera. We went way up into the air. And we came smashing right back down again. So, and we were all loaded. We'd done the GSX. We'd done like all that stuff. We'd just been programming the MCDU. I switched to the drone cam and then, yeah, Tower said they saw something that appeared like a helicopter maneuver. So, right. And we start again. Goodness gracious. Well, welcome everybody. Thank you for coming along. Oh man, sucks to be me right now. Right, we're going to do the world's quickest setup to recover from this. You can see me, look, I'm still there. Oh, man. If you didn't laugh, you'd cry. Anyway. Happy... What even day is it? Thursday. Happy Thursday. It's always a giggle, isn't it? You got to have a giggle. Otherwise, what's the point, really? Off to work. Have a good day. Cheers for the raid. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Matt. Oh. And I apologise in advance to your viewers that you sent over here. They don't deserve this. Oh, wait. Is New Sky going to log that as a crash? No, they're not, because we haven't started it yet. Right. Right. World's quickest. World's quickest setup of an A320. Go. Time me. Batteries 1 and 2. External power. Emergency lights. No smoking because it's not the mid-90s. Oxygen crew supply on. Navs on. Nav light on. Let's quickly go to our EFB, get the flight plan from SimBrief. We'll go to, mass and balance, load the aircraft. We're going to do it instantly because we're not going to muck around today, not after that. ATSU menu, AOC, flight init data request. Then init page, init request. If you don't know the fix for that, you have to open up the camera tab, then select showcase, then swap out of it, then you can go into drone camera without that happening. Yeah, that's... Shouldn't happen though, should it? 823 Victor. Cost index is 60. Cruise level is 360. Wind. That's tower. Tower giving me clearance, now I'm back. We've got to wait 7 minutes for IR align. Oh man, really? Is there not a quick wait? Is there a way to buzz past that? Right, 06. Go some 1 Delta. Into Thingy Bob. Zulu 19 on the Baosu 3 Kilo. And we're going to go via Elvam. We can send this to the MCDU. We can send to our departure performance. Runway 06, sync the load sheet, sync the weather, calculate, send that to the MCDU. Flaps 3, oh, wow, okay. Happy days. So where's everyone else gone? They're all taxiing, they've left me behind. Unbelievable. It's like an episode of Top Gear or the Grand Tour, isn't it? It's like somebody breaks down, they just all leave. I don't blame them either. Oh, cheers, Quacks, for the workaround anyway. I appreciate it. Brilliant. Right, let's get fuel pumps on because we are fueled. I'm going to start the APU now because I'm lazy. Let's get it all done. QNH 1026. 6,000 in the window. And now we wait. To skip, go to panel state, start on APU. Is that going to wipe out all the stuff I've just done though? I don't want it to like reboot the plane and wipe out all the work I've just done. Twarog, if you're in 24, you need to use the beta version of the New Sky app. Go to beta.newsky.app and download it there. Go to failures and select IRS. It will do it instantly. Really? Didn't know that. Where do I go? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do Wordle while we wait. We haven't done Wordle yet. Let's do Wordle. Using our new in-flight entertainment system. Right, one of these days it is going to be early and I'm going to get it in one go. Pause. Oh, why did I do that? The R is obviously not going to be right, was it? Because the R. But we've got an O and a U. Can't be P though. Something Urus or oh, I don't know. I'm properly stuck. What about like no, there's no S. I was going to say like Norse. House, that wouldn't work either. Q and a U is out because QUR, that you wouldn't have anything with that. Like burr. No. Any thoughts? Obviously, if you know the actual answer, don't say it. Quacks, yeah, the FCU cube's nice. There's a full review of it on the channel where I go into it in a lot more detail. It's not full size is the only thing, so if that's like a deal breaker for you, then obviously that's going to be a deal breaker for you. For me, I be honest, 6 or 2 3s, really. It's like, obviously, I'm not in a real A320 simulator here in my shed, and actually space is at a premium, so the fact it's a bit smaller, kind of like. Obviously, your mileage may vary though. Oh gee, we've had to restart because reasons. Right, we're 1 minute away from IR line, then we can get gone. I get the beacon on now. Then by the time we hopefully figure out Wordle... I'm really struggling with this word. What on earth could it be? The R has to go in the middle and there's an O and a U. Hour? Oh, wait. No. I really don't know. I'm totally stuck on this. Totally stuck. Put a pin in that. Because we can get gone now.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Alright, 118 705.
Right, sorry, Air 059 Lima, nothing further, monitor Unicom.
Hey, Christopher. Alright. Edinburgh Tower, Air 823 Victor, back again, stand 10, ready for push and start.
Air 823 Victor, Edinburgh Tower, hello, welcome back. Ground just logged on. Give me a few seconds, I'll call you back, 2 minutes at most.
Roger. Hey, Freddy. Yeah, OG, we had a bit of an issue where we went flying from the gate. We decided to do a bit of helicopter manoeuvring. Everything up top's looking alright. Just waiting to see what tower want to do because ground have literally just logged on.
Air 823 Victor for the push. Call the ground 121755 and I'll be closing, so the departure will be on Unicom.
Over to ground, thanks very much indeed. Air 823 Victor.
So long. All stations, Edinburgh Tower now closes. The service continues on the ground with Edinburgh ground 121.755. So long.
Edinburgh ground, very
Cheers, John.
Day Nordic 1359, 727 max, stand 15 Alpha, request mission starts.
Norfolk 1.
How you doing, Deckers?
Good afternoon, standby.
We are just waiting for Edinburgh ground. I can just hear he's told us plane to stand by, so we'll give him a second.
Norfolk 135, then apologies, you weren't in my handoff close. Did you get your clearance from previous controller?
I did indeed.
Roger, stand 15 Bravo, push, correction, 15 Alpha, push and start approved, face north, QNH 1026.
Push approved, face north, QNH 1026, Nordic 135.
And ground, Air 823 Victor, stand 10, we're ready for push and start.
Air 823 Victor, ground, good afternoon, stand 10, push and start approved, straight push, QNH 1026.
Push and start approved, straight push, QNH 1026, Air 823 Victor. GSX. Straight push.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check.
Right, we're going. Finally. 20 past 12. We're going. Start new sky, otherwise there'll be hell to pay. Imagine doing all of this and like forgetting to start new sky.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features of our Airbus.
Oh, cheers, Lily. Sorry about the helicopter antics. That was interesting, huh? Right, I'm just going to get GSX at the ready in case it decides to put me in the grass so we can stop here and complete pushback. Is it showing any signs of stopping? Whoops. That was a bit abrupt, GSX. I thought you were going to slow down a little bit there. Maybe I should have let it carry on. Who knows? You can tell my trust in GSX is at an all-time low. Right, let's get to Keflavik.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes set.
Unlocking gear.
Auto brake max. 6,000 in the window, QNH 1026. Arm the speed brakes. Ding dong. And we're ready to rock and or roll. Flaps 3 departure today. Is that moving over there? It is, look. That thing is moving.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
That's crazy detail.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Damn. Aeronaut 823 Victor, ready for taxi.
Aeronaut 823 Victor, right turn, hold short Alpha 1.
Right turn, hold short Alpha 1, Aeronaut 823 Victor.
Aeronaut 823 Victor, apologies, could you give me a radio check?
Read you 5, Aeronaut 823 Victor.
Roger, thank you. 823 Victor, thanks.
Right. Nice, easy, slow little turn to get us back on that line. I just didn't trust GSX to not put us in the grass there, you know? Straighten up. And we're going to hold at ground, just confirming we were cleared to hold at Alpha 1 and not 823 Victor.
Yeah, 823 Victor, A firm.
Roger, thank you, and not 823 Victor. Do I use reshade? Not at the moment, no. That'll be the cabin. Okay, down to 06. Slightly concerned about time now, after all that. We should have time to get there. But we better land it, let's put it that way. No, not FS realistic. Here comes KLM. Is that an A330? I think it probably is. No, we're not doing triple monitors. I've just got one monitor.
And a Nordic 1359, ready for taxi. Nordic 1259, a taxi Lima, hold for Alpha 1. Taxi Lima, hold for Alpha 1, Nordic 1359.
Yeah, triple monitors would be nice, but...
Aeronaut 8223 Victor, no further ATC monitor advisory 122.0, no traffic to in effect.
Over to advisory, thanks very much indeed, Aeronaut 823 Victor.
Nordic 1359, just to confirm, you said Lima, then Alpha 1 or Lima 1?
Alright, we're on our own now. Nothing en route, that's good. Let's go to Iceland. No idea what my brake pedals are doing there. I feel like my brake pedals are just fundamentally a bit broken on my rudder pedals. They're just not right at all. Cheers, eh? You're nearly at altitude, Flipnack. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 823 Victor via Alpha 1, lining up runway 06 for a GoSum 1 Delta departure, Edinburgh. Yeah, separation shouldn't be an issue at the very least, I suppose. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 823 Victor, taking off runway 06 for a GoSum 1 Delta departure, Edinburgh. SRS green, manflex 65, auto thrust blue. My phone is ringing in my pocket. That is not good. It's gonna have to wait. It's gonna have to wait. I can feel my phone going. That is not what you want on takeoff, is it? V1.
Edinburgh traffic, 1359 by Alpha.
Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Sorry whoever that was trying to phone me, but you're going to have to wait. I got a funny feeling it's going to be the garage telling me what a terrible state of affair my car's in. So it's in for its MOT and a rocker cover for the engine. Whatever the hell a rocker cover is, I don't know what a rocker cover is. But I suspect it's expensive, whatever it is. Edinburgh traffic, Air 823 Victor, airborne 1,500 feet, go some 1 Delta departure. Levers into climb. Dip the nose. Yeah, oil leak, Rob. Leaking down onto the manifold, apparently. Surprises me that the top of the engine is sealed with plastic. Like, you think that'd be metal, right?
Edinburgh traffic, Keflavik 135, departing limit 06.
Laps 2. Right, Tricky. Laps 1. Only thing they said is that they might have to do the injector seals at the same time. Like they have to go digging for it apparently on my car. Maybe, he thought, based on prior knowledge. Laps away. It's a 2012 520 diesel. Lovely when it was new. But it's definitely showing its age now, and I'm just not as into cars as I used to be, so I've got no motivation to change it or upgrade it or get a newer one or whatever. Mostly because I just don't want to spend the money. They're just so horrifically expensive now compared to what they were when I bought them. If I wanted to spend the same amount of money again, it would be horrific. Okay, autopilot on. Edinburgh traffic, Air 823 Victor, flying now direct to Clyde. And Edinburgh traffic, Air 823 Victor, inbound Clyde, climbing now flight level 360 Edinburgh. Standard pressure. Disarm the spoilers. And we're away. I look forward to that car hospital. Right, what time does it reckon we're going to get into... Yeah, 2:30. We should be okay for time, just. We'll have no time to do anything else afterwards. I'll have to land, taxi, and then go. But it should, provided I don't have a go around, it should be alright. I shall live in hope. Okay. Let passengers out. There's the two in front. We've got Charlie and Ellis. Way ahead of me. And obviously these guys are all going transatlantic. And it looks like this lot's all gone offline. So what happens at Clyde? Where do I go at Clyde? So we're going to cut across basically the Nat tracks. Always get a bit confused when it comes to flying these routes. Right, I should really go and phone the garage back. I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM just for a mo, just in case there's a problem and I'm on the phone for ages. I will leave you with some nice views, and I'll go and see what the damage is on this bloody car. Right, see you in a minute, folks. I'm going to go and find out what the devastation is with this car. Oh. It passed its MOT! We need some, like, confetti effects on the stream right now. Can't believe it. It passed its MOT. What a hero of a car. It can have its new rocker cover. I don't mind paying for a rocker cover for it. It's earned it. So, 2 options from the garage. Option 1, just do the gasket and not the cover itself, but they recommend doing the cover and the gasket because otherwise you could be back twice. Apparently 3 hours labour plus 100 quid for just the gasket job to add the rocker cover on top. They're going to find out what the price of the part is, so... If I can keep it inside of 1,000, 4 figures, that should be alright. I'll just have to sell the 4080. Oh, man. Yeah, Tricky, sorry. We're doing the Euro Capitals tour. I am legit... Found some pom bears in the cupboard. I'm legit, legit surprised it passed its MOT. Like, the amount of... bits and bobs that are wrong with that car. I have not reconnected yet. Actually, that's a good point, Tricky. Where am I? Bruce. Got to be somewhere around here, right? Can't believe it passed its MOT. 13-year-old car. That is not without its share of issues, let the record show. What car is it? It's a BMW 520 diesel, 2012. Yeah, there I am. It's funny, we bought it before we had kids. Morning, Thomas. We were both working, earning decent money, full-time. All we had to think about was ourselves. Basically, like, the extent of our dilemma was what holiday should we go on this year. Like, we had everything we could possibly want in terms of material stuff. And we were like, F it, let's buy a car. Saved up, bought it. And kind of hoped that it would last us. And it kind of has. Like, we bought it, it was... Well, how old was it? Like 14 months old when we bought it. So someone had bought it and chopped it in. Apparently the guy, according to the garage, the dealership, he bought a 5 Series from them and decided he wanted a 7 Series. So I was like, fine, I'll let him lose a load of money on it and I'll snap that one up. Immediately got £1,000 off the asking price. Only because I asked. I was like, oh, we don't normally do that. I was like, oh, well, I won't buy it then. He was like, okay, we'll do it. It's like, cool. Great negotiation, buddy. That guy's going to go far at that dealership, I can tell. Mileage, it's coming up on 150k, James. So it doesn't owe us anything. It was on, I think it was like low 30s when we bought it. Spent a lot of time on the motorways, apparently. Which again was music to my ears, rather than being ragged around country lanes or whatever. Yeah, it's done us alright. And it's the weird thing is, I know it's a 13-year-old car, and it is showing its age. Like, visually, it's showing its age. You know, like, on the centre of the alloy wheel, you've got, like, the BMW logo, obviously, that is there. I don't know where those have gone. They just appear to have either fallen off, or there's just, like, this kind of grey outline of the BMW logo that, I guess it's like this metal bit that clipped on. That's all gone. The front headlight leaked, so we had to have that replaced with an aftermarket one. The back the biggest problem we had with it was back suspension. The back air suspension on that car has been a pain in the arse. When we first bought it, obviously the dealership, it was like an approved used BMW from a probably like Pucker BMW dealership, they obviously give you 12 months on it. Even if the car itself is outside of warranty, they'll put 12 months on. And literally like 13 months out of, 1 month out of its 1 year that they gave us, we were driving along and it came up with a level control fault on the screen. I was like, oh bloody hell, that sounds expensive. And then all of a sudden you start going along, you like bouncing around, and what it is, all the air suspension, the airbags in the back had just gone and just let all their air out. And then you're just sort of bouncing around on what's, whatever they are, like the bits that bang together. Went to BMW and we're like, look, what do you reckon? They're like, oh, I don't know. Sounds like a lot of money. And they sort of gave us the runaround. And then it dawned on me, a friend of mine, well, acquaintance of mine, had set up a dealership, like a car, not dealership, a car repair centre. Like, you get those like Bosch service centres. Good guy, good mechanic. And I suddenly was like, of course, I'll take it to him. Turned out the back headlight, the gasket that goes around, the seal that goes around the back headlight, that had been leaking. The water had been tracking down into the well inside the bottom of the boot where the spare wheel would normally go, but of course we don't have a spare wheel. That's where all the batteries are for the car now, and also where this little solenoid is that controls the power for the air compressor that pumps up the bags. So all that happened is the water had just started filling up, and then it touched that solenoid, went pss, and then the compressor stopped working. And then, obviously, the airbags never reinflated. So I think it was like a 10 quid solenoid to fix that. And then he just sort of like reseated the gasket around the light where it meets the bodywork. Never had a trouble since. Then, going along again, get another level control fault. I was like, oh, you're kidding. I thought, oh, the light's probably leaked again. It hadn't. It turned out the airbags had just developed holes, and the compressor was just constantly filling up the airbags, just constantly, and it overworked itself and died. I think that was like £1,300 to get a new compressor and 2 new airbags on it. It was really annoying, that. The compressor alone from BMW would have been £1,500 plus airbags on top, and again the mechanic was like, look, don't get the genuine ones. Like, there's aftermarket ones. I can get you a compressor for 400, a couple of airbags for 150 a piece. Yeah, it was annoying, that. Do you use miles in UK? Yes, Jack, yeah. As soon as you go on the continent, no, it's kilometres. What else went wrong? We had the EGR valve that went. Where did I get the realistic joystick? The joystick itself is from FS Projects, and it's sitting on top of a Moser AB9 base, but you can't see it because I've just recently built this pedestal. This is a little DIY project I've had on the go. There is going to be a video on the channel about it very, very soon. Realise I'm not actually showing you. Here it is. There'll be a video on the channel, a DIY vlog. Basically, I went up to Gatwick to Infinity Sim Wings to go in their A320 sim, and we're talking to the owner, Hanny, and I was saying every time I pull back on the stick I always pull to the right, and then we end up going right on landing, and then obviously going right at the centre line. And I showed him my setup, a picture of it, and he's like, yeah, I see what you're doing here. Your stick's at desk height, so your arm's in the wrong position, and it's all in the wrong place, basically, ergonomically. And he was like, yeah, hop into his sim, and he's like, that feels better, doesn't it? I was like, oh my god, that feels like so natural and perfect. And so I looked up for some plans online for the kind of side stick pedestal in a real A320, got the dimensions, and I built this. And like you said, you sort of want it at knee height, really. So you see here my knee. Now my arm is in a much more natural position, and it's much closer to me. Whereas I was sort of out here. I tried to bring it in, but there's only so far I can go with my desk. Anyway, long story short, keep an eye on the channel. I haven't edited it yet. I've got a load of footage. I need to stitch it together and try and drag some silly narrative through it to make it entertaining for you all, but hopefully we'll get there. Could I get 30 FPS with the Phoenix on a GTX 1650 and Ryzen? Ooh, it really depends. The graphics card. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, what are we getting now? Keep in mind I got frame gen on, so divide what you see by 2. If we had frame gen off, we'd be getting like 35 right now. Fell through the taxiways again. Oh no. I don't know if we're going to Paris actually. I don't know what Grumpy did for that. Grumpy, what have you been doing? Airlines, air not. Where is Grumpy? I haven't seen Grumpy in a while. So Grumpy set all this up for us. LFPO? Where's LFPO? Is that Paris Orly? Yeah, Paris Orly. I know it's a graphics card and I will replace it with something much better, but just wondering. Best thing you can do, Nike, or Nick, however I'm supposed to say that, apologies. Best thing you can do, enable developer mode in the settings if you haven't already. Go to debug, go to display FPS, and it will tell you here, limited by main thread. So that tells me that I'm limited by my processor. I could put in a 5090 and it wouldn't help me right now. It would be a waste. I'm better because I'm on a 5800X3D. I really need to go for a better CPU. So that's probably the next job for the channel. It never ends. Cheddar's on a 4068 gig with an R5 5600X, runs about 30 FPS, medium to high settings, but use frame gen, so I get about 60. There you go. Do I use Fly Live or SimToolkit Pro? I'm using SimToolkit Pro. Fixter, we do. It's a perk for being either a channel member on YouTube or a sub on Twitch. If you've got your Twitch account connected to Discord, once you sub, you should then be able to see it. Alright, there's me. God, we've still got a fair way to go yet, haven't we? We've barely left Scotland. Hey, Craig, how are you? Craig, you the same Craig that was emailing me? I think you are. I could be wrong. Ah, is you? Sorry. I know you sent one follow-up email and I haven't replied to you yet. I only spotted that this morning. You got lost in the through the net, unfortunately. I do apologise. I can't believe my car passed its MOT. I could have sworn they were going to phone up and be like, oh. Oh, it's bad news. Trouble is, because the age of the car, you're going to get these troubles, you see. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay, fine. Oh, home email, yeah, that's essentially why I had to get a 7900 XTX. I took a lot of flack for getting that 7900 XTX. Especially on the live streams, a lot of people gave me quite a bit of shit for doing that. I don't really understand why they were so upset by it. It's like, it literally solved my problem. Now, I shouldn't have had to buy a 7900 XTX. My 4080 Super that cost £1,000 should have been enough. It should have been fine. I know it's only got 16 gigs of RAM. Again, should be fine. Maybe by Sim Update 6 it will be fine, but I've got a channel to run, I've got a business to run. Because this is essentially a business now. I know like we're having fun here and it's great and I love it. I adore all of this. But, get down to brass tacks, it is kind of a business. And if I don't stream effectively and if I can't make videos effectively, well guess what? It's all for nothing. So I sort of had to put my business hat on and be like, you just got to spend the money, dude. I know you don't want to, but you've just got to do it. And hopefully we'll earn it back over time. Same when I had my 4070. I don't know if any of you guys were around. I had a 3070 in my 5600X rig. And I upgraded it to a 4070. Looking back, I shouldn't have done it, but I did. I got caught up in the hype. And the sim would crash. Constantly. And the advice was you need to roll back your drivers to a driver, 2 months ago. But that driver was released before the 4070 was released. Therefore, when you try to install that driver with the 4070, it's just like, oh, we don't recognise this card. So I was like, oh, alright, fine. Has to go back. Found it less smooth, Craig, did you? That's interesting. I mean, the sim, I find, generally is just kind of a bit stuttery no matter what I do. The deal breaker for me is when I'm coming in to land on stream and then it snaps into like 7 FPS mode because it's run out of VRAM. That was the main one. But if it works for you, Craig, it works for you. I'm not here to tell you you're doing it wrong, mate. Like, do what you feel's best. It's your money, it's your sim. Did you undervolt the 7900 XTX in the end, Craig? Because I found that made quite a big difference to me. Truth be told, though, if like the 5080 had 24 gigs of RAM, I would be all over that card. All over it. Which is a shame. It is a shame, really. Yeah, I mean, Craig, there might be some mileage in, like you say, if you're happy to go back to 2020, just ride this out and then maybe come back in 6 months' time, at which point the sim might be way better. Do you think selling the 4080 and buying a 4090 second hand is a sensible idea? If you're struggling for VRAM, yeah. I mean, I went the 7900 XTX route. I guess the other option... I guess you're running at 4K home email, are you? If you're running out of VRAM on a 4080. That being said, even at 1440, I found... I don't know if you saw my last video. It was pretty damn close on that as well. Who knows? Sim Update 6, maybe... you're at 1440p and you're still running out of VRAM on a 4... That's crazy, isn't it? So you just... surely you must be just on the Ultra preset then, if you just got it set to Ultra. Because I did that video, I don't know if you saw it. Sim Update 3, have they fixed the VRAM? And obviously I did a load of testing at Edinburgh with my 4K monitor. And then I went to 1440. And at the Ultra preset, even then it was like... kicking around 13 point something gig. Terrain 200, object 100. Yeah, so if you were to take your terrain down to like 125, that would probably help you out a lot, I would imagine. A lot. And I think you'd struggle to really... Yeah, I never put my terrain to 200. I feel like I'm asking for trouble at 200. Either that or you could use auto FPS, which is against the EULA, but... Or use dynamic settings. Yeah, it's a lot of money, Craig, isn't it? It is a lot of money. So my choices right now with the 4080, because I was gonna put it on eBay a fortnight ago. Then it became required for content, and we were doing a sponsored video, doing some work with Pimax. That video's now out. And I was kind of like, well, the card is kind of earning its keep at this point, like weirdly. So it stayed. The value of them has dropped quite a bit in the last week to couple of weeks. So if I'm going to get a 9800 X3D upgrade for my sim PC, part of me would quite like a PC for inside the house, because I can't always get out here to the shed. Because there are some nights where, like, my wife is out, she's doing stuff. She's got like a keep fit class, or, you know, going running with her friend. So it's kind of like all kid duties fall on me for the evening, which is fine. Like, not complaining at all. Happy to do it. It does mean, though, once the kiddos are in bed, if there's like any little odd jobs I want to do on the sim, or maybe I want to, like, I don't know, work on a livery, I need to boot the sim to test the livery, or I don't know, edit a video. I've got my MacBook Air for editing video, but I'm very quickly starting to find the limit of that. The issue is that it's not got a lot of RAM. It's only got 8 gigs of RAM. It's got a small 256 SSD. So part of me's like, why don't you just build a computer for in the house? The kids will love you for it, because they can play Forza Horizon 5 at like 4K 60. I can then have an editing machine for in the house that's more competent than my laptop. And like last night, I wanted to play Doom the Dark Ages for half an hour, because I had to spare half an hour, and it meant coming out to the shed, turning it all on, and I could have just quickly gone on in the house. And it was super hot in the shed as well last night, and it was quite unpleasant to be in here. In the house it was a bit better. I don't know, this is like a very first world problem, I'll grant you. Oh no, Brian, surely not. Crashed the desktop into Barca. Tried to reload into Barca and it crashed on load. I've checked library and installed LVFR Barcelona and it loaded okay. Oh. You on Sim Update 3? Beta. Is the current heatwave... sorry, RLS, I missed you in the scroll there. I'll get back to you there. So is the current heatwave a concern for your PC? Wouldn't want to overcook it. No. Well, I've got an AC. Got an AC in the shed. So we're okay. That was the best £300 I ever spent last year. Because the prior summer... God. That was horrific. Absolutely horrific. It'd be like 32 degrees and I'd just be sat in here streaming. Like, God. Wild. What temperature is a heat wave for me? Probably about 15 degrees Celsius I would class as a heat wave. Anything above 13 I start to get very upset. No, it's 25 at the minute, Jack. Uh, 1050 Ti. I'm not very familiar with that card. I wouldn't like to say. CPU reached 100 degrees. Sounds like you need to repost your CPU, Bellis. Yeah, I don't know how you cope with 40 degrees in Australia. That is something else. That is something else. The only time I've experienced heat like that was when we went to Las Vegas. And I was genuinely stunned by how it felt on my body. Like, you know, people say like, oh, it's going to be hot in Vegas. I'm like, yeah, it'll be hot in Vegas. I got there, I was like, oh my God. Like, what? I think it was like 44, 45, something. It was ridiculous. Ridiculously hot. The only way I can explain it is the only way I can explain it, I don't know if you in the UK, if you go into like a shop in the high street and they've got their doors open all day to attract customers, they have these big hot fans that blow like a curtain of hot air down from the ceiling to the bottom of the floor. And if you stand right under it, obviously it's incredibly hot. And I walked out of the airport terminal and I was like, I kind of paused in the doorway to check my phone or something. And I was like, oh, I'm stood under one of those heaters. I better move. And then I moved and I was like, why would there be a heater? You're in Vegas. And I was like, oh my God, it's the air. It's the actual air that's that hot. That's crazy. Couldn't believe it. Email says, sorry if I sound disrespectful or rude, but do you make a livable wage from this YouTube channel? I'm sure 25k subs does not bring in much revenue. Again, I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. It's okay. It's a really interesting question. It brings in a part-time wage, and I do it part-time. So, yeah. There are months where you do really well. There are months where you don't do so well. So, yeah, pretty much. It's kind of, I'm trying to, the amount of time I put into it is proportional to the amount of money it brings in. You'd be surprised what you can do with 25k subs though, because the sub count doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. Like, I've had videos that go out that just die. Like, they just don't hit the mark. And you think, well, I've got 25k subs. Like, why aren't 25k people watching it? It's like, well, that's not how it works. You're only as good as your last video, really. If you make a good video and you get, like, 1 million views, that might only take you from 25k subs to 35, based on those 1 million people, because a lot of those will be drive-bys. So, it's different. It is increasing, like the memberships on YouTube, the Twitch subs, they're slowly growing, and that's kind of more dependable revenue that you can kind of set your watch to a little bit. Well, not set your watch to it, because obviously people can get fed up and leave, and that's totally their prerogative, I get that. But you can kind of look ahead and be like, okay, so I've got... you can kind of look at like what your expenses are each month, and then you could be like, okay, so if I had X number of Twitch subs or X number of YouTube subs or a combination of the two, that's then my wage. I can quit my job. Whereas if you think, oh, I did really well on YouTube this month, I did like this one video got like $500 in ad revenue, it's like, well, that's great for this month, but then next month all the views might be gone, so then you've got to make your next video, and what if your next video sucks? So it's an interesting one. It can be done. Brand deals help a lot, but I'm very, very picky about brand deals because I don't want to completely undermine my credibility by just accepting literally everything and just pummeling you guys with ads. And generally, I'll only accept a brand deal if I like the product to start with. Good example is Toby with the Toby Eye Tracker. They reached out. They were the first brand to ever reach out to me. I'd never experienced working with a brand before. They reached out, and they were so just nice to work with. I was just honest with them from the get-go. I was like, look, you're asking me all these questions, like, what would I charge? What do you want to do? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? I'm like, I've never done this. Like, I don't know. And they could have totally took advantage of that and just been like, haha, let's screw this guy over. But they didn't. They was good as gold. But my point is, I'd already long admired Toby at that point. And it was really nice to have a brand that you admire reach out to you, and it was like, yeah, of course I will. Of course I'll do the product review. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Whereas some of the offers, and it's like once Toby reached out, it's like they kept coming afterwards, like all these other ones. Like, you wouldn't believe the amount of shit that has landed in my inbox from brands that has not made it onto the channel. So much of it. Like, I could have probably turned over thousands of pounds by now if I'd accepted it all. Like, it's just... yeah, all like the VPNs, all of this, like, all that kind of stuff. Like, VPNs, nothing against VPNs, like, in general. Like, VPNs, I think, are a cool idea. But all of these, like, ones that you've never heard of that are just offering you a quick buck and you just read their script and it's like, no, I'll need to use your product first, evaluate it, and then... then go from there. But yeah, weird. So yeah, it's long answer short. It's a part-time wage, but I'm only putting part-time into it. My wife and I were talking the other night. We were sort of looking at the numbers because I've got like a separate business bank account for the YouTube channel, so it's separate from like our actual living money. The accountant helps out making sure we're doing everything right now, which is really nice. That's a huge load off my mind because beforehand I was trying to do it all myself and like thinking, oh god, I've got to do a tax return, and if I get that wrong, that's like, it's going to be hell to pay. Really big breath of fresh air getting the accountant on board, because And it's really nice as well because, like, sort of I talked him through everything I'd done. I was like, look, from day one of being monetized on YouTube, I registered as being self-employed here in the UK. I set up a business bank account. None of my YouTube money's ever touched my personal money. It's all in a separate little pot. I got this accounting software that does it all. It connects to my bank. I do it, and he's like, brilliant. You're doing it all right. Let me take it from here. Thanks very much. And I was like, sweet. Like, I felt very, very reassured that I hadn't made a mess, because I was so worried I was going to go to him and he was going to be like, good God, man, what have you done? I'm going to have to unpick all of this mess you've made. And there we go. But yeah, we were talking about it, my wife and I, and it's like, I'm always feeling time pressure because I've got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday to work on the channel. And then the other days I'm in work. Well, Sunday's my day with the family, but every other day I'm at work. And we're sort of saying, is it possible, and I don't know if this is true, but is it at all possible that I'm putting a glass ceiling on myself by staying in my day job? Because every Thursday, so this evening, I'm going to be like, oh God, I've got so much video to edit, I've got all this to do, and I haven't done this and that and blah 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 blah, and now I'm back at work, and the next day I've got back on the channel is Tuesday, which seems like ages away, and I feel like the channel is going to wither on the vine and die while I'm away. So there is part of you that thinks maybe we take a chance. Maybe if I had more time on the channel could therefore grow into that extra time and replace the money that I'd be losing. So, I don't know. Who knows? Jumbo says, hello, I'm planning to buy the TCA Boeing yoke. Is there any cons, or is there something else better for the same price range? Don't think there's anything else in the same price range that's like it. The biggest thing for me, Jumbo, is that... Hang on. Let me switch cams for you. Biggest thing for me, I don't know if you can see if I sort of scoot myself back a bit. Football fans, you carry on, mate. You're good. I'm kind of just enjoying watching you all talk to each other. It's nice. The biggest thing with this Boeing yoke is that obviously my desk is here. This is the end of my desk. The Boeing yoke comes all the way out to here, and the yoke pivots from where my hands are now. So it kind of recreates that feel of a real sort of airliner Boeing yoke where they're anchored to the floor. So the pivot point is the floor, and it recreates that. There are other yokes out there that are kind of like a post. You know, like a push-pull kind of GA Cessna style sort of thing. I was very, very set on getting the Boeing one purely because of the way it pivots. It's very nice. It's very nice. There is Windwing are coming out with that thing, aren't they? What's it called? That force feedback Boeing style yoke, but that looks like it's going to be about... I don't know how much that's going to be. I wouldn't like to say, but 4 figures wouldn't shock me. We might learn more at Expo next week. Right, where am I? That's got to be me there, right? We're making good progress. Yeah. You're talking about Australia. I've never ever been there. If it weren't for the spiders, I'd give it a go. Honestly, like, why are there so many things in Australia that can just instantly kill you? Very strange, that to me. Like, there's just so many deadly creatures. I've got some family, well, my wife's side, which I guess makes them my family. But we all sort of know they're not. Hopefully they're not watching. I think they're somewhere near Sydney. Sydney-ish. The snakes are... Well, see, I don't mind snakes as a rule. Like, I almost got bit by an adder last year. Did I tell you guys that? That was sketchy. That was really bloody close. It could have been either myself, my kid, or my dog. But yeah, obviously the venomous snake we got here in the UK is called the adder. Not overly poisonous, to be honest. Like, you know, the Australians in the chat now would be like, it's like getting stung by a wasp compared to what you guys have got. But yeah, we were just walking along like a little path, sort of out in the woods. And what's really weird is my kid had just brought home a book from school, like, you know, wildlife in the UK. And we were sort of reading a couple of pages each night together, and we got to the page about the reptiles. And there's obviously a bit about the adder. So we read about the adder, we talked about the adder, and he's like, have you ever seen an adder? I was like, no, never, but I'd really like to. And then that weekend we went out, and then sure enough, we walked right past an adder along this kind of like, you know, like muddy forest track. I had the dog on a lead, I had kid next to me, and then my wife was sort of lagging behind, and we turned around. I was like, oh, we better wait for Mum, so we sort of waited. And then we just stood there, and he looks down and he goes, is that a snake? Not scared or anything, just like genuinely curious. And I was like, holy shit, yeah, it is. I was like, I didn't freak out or anything. I was like, just take a step back. Just very, very slowly, just step back. You'll be alright. Just sort of nudged him back. Now I thought, God, I've got the dog on the lead. And the dog was closer than we were. So I was like, sort of grabbed the dog and was like, just gradually led him back. And this adder sort of looked up at me. It was sort of like in a coil. And this adder looked up at me, and you could just see him. It was almost like he was just so annoyed at me. Not annoyed, just more like disappointed that I disturbed him. He sort of went like, oh. And then it just sort of went like, oh, alright, I'll move. And then he just sort of very slowly wiggled across the path, went down the hill, and we never saw him again. But yeah, that was my experience with a snake. Very, very slow. I thought it was going to like shoot up and go into that little S position, like they're going to bite you and wriggle away. But it's just, I think it was cold maybe. It was like warming up. There was like this little patch of sunlight where it was through the trees. But yeah, close call that. That could have been a bite for either me, my kid, or my dog. Obviously, probably wouldn't matter so much for me. I'd have been alright. But like, they reckon kids and dogs are not great with adder bites. So, where did I find a thing for the side stick? You mean the stick itself or the thing that it's in? The little bit that it's in, this little black bracket, I 3D printed it, and it's in a pedestal that I made out of MDF. There'll be a video on the channel soon. I go bushwalking. If I see a snake, I know there would have been many more I didn't see. Oh god, that's a statement to freak you out, isn't it? Yeah. Could have been close though, that. Could have been real close. But it's just so weird that like a couple of days before we were like, oh no, I've never seen an adder, but I'd really like to. It'd be really interesting. And then, yeah, there it was. I meant the blue thing that the real Airbus sticks have. Yeah, so the stick is from FS Projects, and they sell you the stick, and then they sell you the blue rubber gator. It's called a gator, G-A-T or G-A-I-T-O-R, something like that. The blue rubber bit, basically. Fair warning though, it is €80 just for the bit of rubber. So we can certainly look at doing that, Jack. My arrival was the Balsu 3 kilo via Elvam ILS Zulu 19. But it's been a minute since we actually checked in. And there's no control on anymore. So we shall see. Oh, there's Tricky Beat. I wondered who that was. The trickster is upon us. Oh, look at Eddie's fully staffed now as well. Near enough. Tricky, have you seriously caught up in that time? Or have you like spawned next to me? I'm QTR 52X. Where's QTR? Is that you there? Oh, yeah. Where are you going? LA. Damn. You've got a fair way to go, buddy. Oh, nice. Is this, LPPD? This is Ponta Delgada. I've got some mini-build scenery for that. We flew in there once. That's crazy. Where were we going that day? Was it Madeira to Tenerife South, back to Madeira, then to out to Ponta Delgada? It's wild, isn't it? All those people on VATSIM. What an achievement VATSIM is, really, when you think about it. Yeah, we did some VATSIM ops in Australia ages ago. It was really good. The Aussie controllers were very, very good to us. Adrian, one of them was called, I believe. Really nice guy, helped us out a lot, and would quite often just open up ATC for us. You know, like when you walk through a hotel corridor and like the lights go off behind you, and as you walk forward, the ones in front of you come on. He basically did that for us all the way from like Melbourne up to Gold Coast. It was really cool. But we did a tour ages ago. Where did we go? We went... let's have a look. Where do we start? Is that Cairns up there? CS? Where's Brisbane? What's this one? YBCS. Anyone know where that is? And this was like probably a good couple of years ago. Yeah, Cairns, however I'm supposed to say that. We did that to Brisbane. Then we did Brisbane to Sydney. Then we did Sydney down to, I think, Melbourne. Yeah, YMML. Then we did Melbourne to Adelaide. Then we went... Where did we go after that? Was it Alice Springs? Somewhere in the middle? Where's Alice Springs? Well, we went somewhere. Yeah, Alice Springs. Fairly certain we went to Alice Springs. Then we went to... somewhere up here. Whatever it was called. What's the place up here called? Was it Darwin? No, it was somewhere else. I'm sure there was somewhere else. No, we ended in Perth, but we went to Darwin and possibly somewhere else. I'm gonna have to load up Navigraph and have a look. What was it called? It's gonna really bug me now. Then we went to... Oh, God, where did we go then? Basically, we tried to end it in Perth. It was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. Maybe we'll set up a New Sky Award for the Australian tour. We can do that. New Zealand. We need to go to New Zealand as well. We'll do some New Zealand ops one day. That would be fun. Auckland to Welly to Queenstown maybe? Christchurch, then back up to Welly. There's loads of stuff we can do in New Zealand. Nice little area, that. Make a video comparing graphics and VRAM usage in 24 and 2020. There'll be no contest, home email. Literally 2020. We were using like 6 gig of VRAM the other day. Oh, what have I done there? 6 gigs versus like whatever it is we're using right now in 2020. Albeit I was on DX11. Yeah, 12.8 now. At cruise. Do the MRM. What's MRM? Don't forget Hobart. Oh, Milk Run Monday. What is a Milk Run Monday? Where does that even go? Well, this one's out of flight, isn't it? Melbourne to Sydney. Why is it called the Milk Run? Melbourne, Sydney is one of the busiest, is it? I've got scenery for Melbourne because Orbex gave us Gold Coast, which I think is up here. And they said, we'll give you Melbourne as well because then you can do a flight from Melbourne. 100 subs to 25k, is it? Let's see. $69 subs, believe it or not, till 25k. Nice. Right, equal time point coming up. The term milk run for the Melbourne to Sydney route refers to the high frequency of flights between the two cities, similar to how milk delivery drivers make regular repeated stops on a set route. Oh, I always thought Milk Run Monday was something to do with like Singapore to somewhere. Have I totally missed the point on that? Oh, approach has come online, has it? So it has. Right, what's the ATIS saying now? Runway in use 19. Good. 119.300. Let's get that in now. I'm still absolutely buzzing that my car passed its MOT. Like, for real. Oh yeah, do what Nightbot says. Hit the like button. It really, really, really helps. Is Australia a popular destination for the UK? Yeah, a lot of people talk about going to Australia. It's really weird. I found that like when you're at home, if someone's going on like a big holiday, it's usually America or it's Australia, you know, somewhere like that. And we talk about these places like, you know, it's a big deal to go to them, and, you know, obviously you're doing well if you can afford to go there, that kind of thing. So on and so forth. And in particular, when we went to Vegas, we kind of thought, you know, we've spent quite a bit of money relatively to come on this holiday. And we got chatting to some guys in the hotel that were from Mexico, and they were like, oh no, Vegas is like a dirt cheap holiday for us. Like the flights are cheap, the hotels are cheap, food's reasonably cheap. The hotels will just load you up on alcohol to get you gambling. Like, it's a cheap holiday for us. Whereas we've got that big transatlantic flight in between us and the cheap hotels. But weirdly, when you got to America, the places that people talked about in America that, like, you know, they dream of going to is like Italy and the south of France, Greece, Rome. And it sort of dawned on me really that, you know, like the grass is always greener on the other side. Because for me it was like a big deal. I really wanted to go to America to see what it was all about. And then you get to America and all people want to do there is come to where you're from. It's like, okay. Like, it was never really an ambition of mine to go to Italy, but I seem to have ended up there like 5 times in my life. Like, cheers, Gerda. Like, no hate to Italy. Loved it there. But it was never an ambition to go there as often as I've ended up going there. But, like, you talk to some people in America and it's like, oh my god, it's our dream to go to Italy. Yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it? Grass is always greener. Now, Italy is nice. I do like Italy. I wouldn't mind actually going back to Italy at some point. I like a bit of Italy. One of my favourite places in all of Italy was in Sorrento. And walking down like the main drag in Sorrento. And there was this little like, there's restaurants everywhere, but then there was this little kind of like metal gate that had like kind of plants all around it. And it didn't look like anything. And there was this like waiter guy stood there, and he was like, you could kind of see us looking around. He's like, hey, you guys looking for somewhere to eat? And we were like, yeah. And he's like, come through here. And this just like garden, kind of olive garden, whatever. Not olive garden. I don't know what you'd call it. It was a restaurant, but you didn't actually go inside a restaurant. It was all outside. And there was just like these little garden paths you walk down, and then you'd go into like a little kind of tucked away area, and there'd be like this dining table there. And that would be almost like your private little booth. And then you'd go to like follow the path around, there'd be another table with a little area. And I thought, God, this is going to be expensive. And it wasn't. It was just like totally normal pricing, but it's like the coolest place we've ever been to. But you'd walk right past it if you didn't know. How big is my TV screen? It's 43 inch. 4K, 43 inch, 60 hertz. Which I'm not in love with, to be honest. It'd be nice to have variable refresh rate. Because, as Craig was saying, what made you choose FrameGen? I was kind of testing with it, really. It was the main reason. Just wanted to see what it'd be like. If we had variable refresh rate, obviously the sim right now is outputting over 60 FPS, but we're unable to see any of them. And equally, because it's not a locked 60, if you're not careful, you can either get juddering, as you can see, or, worse yet, tearing. So it'd be really nice if... I was considering maybe getting a 32-inch... 32-inch, maybe even 1440p monitor, variable refresh rate, 'cause you can get those quite cheap. Put it on an arm and sort of bring it out so it's a bit nearer to me. How long have I been in this cruise? We've been airborne for 1 hour and 7 minutes. And we're going to arrive in almost exactly an hour. How much is my setup in total? Don't know. Haven't added it up. Probably best I don't. Probably for the best we don't do that. Otherwise I might get sad. And we can't have that. We can't have that. Still can't believe my car passed its MOT, that's wild. Good car. I've always loved that car. Except for all the times I get angry at it, but apart from that, I've always loved that car. Yeah, see, Jerry knows. Hey, Football Fantasy, welcome to Economy. Enjoy the terrible legroom, the terrible service, and the dodgy landings. Totally worth it, damn right. You should see the link to our Discord now if you want to come in and join us. If you go into the tab thing, I don't know, you'll have to find it. I don't even know where it is, but I know it's there. Thank you, mate. That is awesome. Appreciate the support. What car and why am I surprised it passed the MOT? You don't look after it. We do look after it. It's just getting old. It's a 13-year-old BMW 5 Series, which has the potential to become a money pit if we're not careful. So every year that goes by that it can scrape by and we don't have to buy another car is a very good result, according to me. I say we bought it before we had kids, my wife and I. You know, what's it they call it? Dinks. You ever heard that term? Double income, no kids. Man, those were the days. Jesus. Like, you should just get our wages and be like, what do we do with it? I'm like, I don't know. Everything's been paid this month and we've got this much left. And it's like, sweet. Put it in the bank. And then we bought the car with it. Whereas, like last year, we thought maybe it was going to break. There was a big problem with the car. We were driving back from London and pulled over to get some food because the kids were like, we're hungry. So I was like, all right, fine, get some food. Went to start the car again, and it came up saying... what did it say? Yes, football is part of the club now, mate. Big time. Woo! What did it say? Something like steering control fault. Something like that. Kui Kai. Alright, nice one. I'll try and remember that. I have to keep a mental model in my head of people's usernames versus what they like to be called versus what their Discord username is that is sometimes different from their YouTube username or Twitch username. I get very confused. It's one of the hardest parts of this job. Anyway, started up the car after we'd sort of got some food and we got that error warning and smoke started coming from the steering column. And what it was, I think it's called the squib. I think is what they call it. SQUIB. And it's like, if you imagine you've got your steering wheel and you've got the steering column, in between that is kind of this device that contains all your indicator stalks. That kind of slots on, then the wheel goes on top of that. And obviously that has a mechanism inside for all the electronics. Like, you know, you've got like your volume up buttons on your steering wheel if you've got a wheel that's like that. Obviously that all needs to get wired through, and that device is what turns to allow the signals to go through, and that basically melted itself. Oh my word. What's happened, Jetstream Aviator? Begging for forgiveness by the quick skim read of that. It's fine, Jetstream Aviator, it's fine. You should have seen me at Edinburgh earlier. Yeah, so we had to get that fixed, and we were like, oh no, this could be the end of the car, and there was other faults with it as well. Found a really good garage that actually kind of broke it all down. They were like, it seems bad, but there's not an awful lot wrong, and we can fix it reasonably easily. So we were thrilled with that. But obviously in the meantime, we were kind of the opinion that maybe the car it's time for it to go. And we didn't want to spend BMW money again. We kind of agreed that while it's been lovely to have it, we don't like it enough to want another one, which sounds really weird. But like for years, I really wanted a BMW, particularly the 5 Series. I always thought that was a gorgeous car, always really wanted one. Like pre-kids, worked hard, saved up, bought it. And I really enjoyed it for the first 2 or 3 years. And then afterwards, like, it kind of dawned on me that it's just a car. Like, it's just a car. That's all it is. And kind of the amount that it cost didn't translate at that point into the proportional amount of enjoyment I should get from it. And again, beautiful car to drive, even now. Like, to drive it around feels lovely. Yeah, that's right, Philip. That is kind of ongoing, but it's manageable. So yeah, sometimes when you jump in it, it says excessive battery discharge while stationary electronic consumers were turned off. So basically the car detects something's up and it just kills power to everything, so you don't come out to a dead battery, which is fine by me. I mean, the garage are like, well, we could spend hours and hours and hours hunting for it and maybe not find it. But you haven't come out to a dead battery yet, have you? Because the car sort of manages itself. And I was like, good point. Let's call it a day. So yeah, we went test driving stuff, and obviously you get into like these, you know, we went to like a Kia dealership, we went to the Skoda dealership, we went to the Vauxhall dealership, yeah, we went around everywhere. And of course, you say to the sales guys, like, actually, you know, we'll be looking at buying something used. And they're like, oh yeah, well, get in the new one anyway, because they think, oh, if we can get them in the new one, then we can tempt them in with like a terrible credit deal, and then we've got them. So they put us in these like brand new. Well, I remember the sales guy goes, "Oh, sit in the brand new Kia Sportage," and I sat in it, and I was like, "Yeah, it's quite nice. It's all right. Yeah, it's, you know, nice car." And I thought, God, I'm going to get back in mine and think, it's old, it's tired, it's crap. I got back in mine, and I was like, oh, I kind of prefer it. And that's like a 12-year-old car, so I was surprised. Basically, all of these cars that we sat in that were like new cars jumped back in ours, and we were like, yeah, we still kind of like ours, actually. And they're so much money. Even like these kind of not crazy luxury brands, a lot of money. Cars have become very, very expensive. Very expensive. So when the garage came back and were like, yeah, we can fix pretty much all your problems for inside of 4 figures, we were like, oh my God, do it, please. Like, and then we get to keep the car that we already like. So every year that it keeps going for now is a good year. I mean, it's weird. I used to drive every day. I would drive everywhere. Like I was the driver, if that makes sense. Like my wife drives too, but I don't know. Like I would drive that car to work every day because you're traveling around for work. Now I can walk to work, so I never really drive anymore, which is weird. I spend more time in the sim than I do behind the wheel of the car, which is a bit weird when you think of it like that. But as a result, I'm kind of just like very much like, I don't care now with the car. Like if it blew up tomorrow, I'd probably go and get a 3-wheeled van. I'd be quite happy with that. We have a 19-year-old Toyota Avensis. Oh, the Avensis is a beast, isn't it? That's what we looked at as well. We looked at a Corolla. We looked at, you know, all sorts of things. Again, all lovely stuff. But just so much money. Even for what is considered, you know, even if you wanted to go and buy like a Ford Focus, what you consider to be like a value-oriented car, still a lot of money. You'd be surprised what you can spend on it. So yeah, our plan is just to keep the one we got maintained. It's not like we abuse it. Keep it serviced, keep it MOT'd. It was weird for me when I went to Gatwick, actually, to go to see Hanny at Infinity Simwings. Cheers, Mike. Thanks very much, mate. Yeah, it's funny, when I went up to Gatwick to go in the sim at Infinity Simwings with Hanny, obviously arranged it all, and then it dawned on me, it's like, God, I haven't driven the car properly in ages. Like, that was the first time I'd been on a road trip in a long time. On my own as well. Because usually, like, the kids are in the back and my wife's in the passenger seat or whatever. But it felt really weird having not driven anywhere, really, for months. Sort of going around the M25, just on my own. Chilling out. It's kind of cool. But it does make you wonder, you think, oh, can I still do this? Like, am I going to be really bad at driving? Turns out you can. Demon's in. How you doing, Demon? How many Twitch followers are we up to now? Can anyone see and let me know? Oh, cheers for the sub, Rez. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you very much for the support. Like I say, couldn't do it without you. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you very much indeed. 986. Hey, we're almost there. 14 to 1,000. We're getting there. Right, how long till top of Doodah? 168. Good, we got a minute. Cheers for that, Rez. That's awesome. Really do appreciate the sub there. Yeah, if there came a day that we had to get rid of the car, I don't know what we'd do, in all honesty. Don't know what we'd do. God, you're way ahead of me. Look at you two, you're almost there. Me and Tricky, look. Slow Coaches Anonymous back here. Tricky, were you doing Stuttgart to Heathrow yesterday morning? Double English tomorrow. I always think of Homer Simpson whenever I hear that. So, but Homer, you're going to fail English. I'm never going to England. God love him. Have I got time to get a coffee? I've got time to get a coffee, haven't I? And get a coffee. So the plan is, we're here. There's me. We're going to here. Bicf. Narrowly avoiding Burke. I love that airport's called Burke. The plan is, I'm going to get a coffee. Then we need to do Wordle because I can't. I'm a bit stuck, so I might need your help. But if you know the answer, don't say it. But you can help me get the answer. That am the plan. In the meantime... Oh, Shakespeare sucks, Jack. I hated that. Remember I got into a massive argument with my English teacher about that. She was like, you need to pay more attention to Shakespeare. I was like, why? She's like, because it's important. I was like, but why? She's like, well... I was like, see, it's not important, is it? Like, not really. It's really not that important. I get that you like Shakespeare because you're an English teacher. I don't like Shakespeare as a teenager. Really sorry if that offends you, but I'm never going to like it. To be or not to be, couldn't care less. Right, coffee. Back in a mo. Enjoy the views. Right. What the hell? What just happened then? My headphones just went really weird. My headphones are going totally weird. I need to reboot my headphones. Urgently. I think I've turned on voice activation. Right, hope... Ah! It keeps making a noise every time. Ah, that's better. Speak to chat deactivated. That was so weird. Upgraded to the 7900 XTX and couldn't be happier. VRAM for days. Awesome, mate. That's what we need. Yeah, well, I don't know if you saw my video on YouTube, but I did exactly the same thing. Honestly, the amount of people that have come into the stream and said, oh, I upgraded to a 7900 XTX, I saw your video. AMD should, like, give me about 10 grand, I think. I even emailed them before I did it. I was like, look, this is the situation. Flight Sim 24's come out. It's quite a big deal. However, it's plagued with VRAM issues. Your product is uniquely positioned to solve the problem at an affordable price. I'm going to make a video. Do you want to be involved in any way? Never heard from them. I'm on your plane. Nice one. Behave yourself back there, alright? Otherwise I'll have cabin crew tie you up and put you in the toilet. Damn, Bellis is topping descent already. I am still a good... It's got to be a good 100 miles, right? Yeah, 107. My video has a reason. Damn, nice. Yeah, I mean... Shouldn't have to, should we? Really? We shouldn't have to be buying cards like that. But there comes a point where it's like... I can't take it anymore. So there you go. Yeah, we're using 13 at the minute, I think. 12.63. Which is actually okay. On the 4080 Super, that would probably be okay. It's when you sort of get just a little... Keep in mind, we're at cruise at the moment. If we had custom scenery for BIC, which we don't, Keflavik, that might cause us a problem. But places like Edinburgh, places like... Oh, there you go. Rez is saying 17.7 at Gatwick, 1440p. That is redonkulous. Absolutely ridiculous. Right, we need to figure out this Wordle before we land. Let's transition to the air not in-flight entertainment system. Philip says took him 4 goes. It's quite a hard one. Yeah, I'm struggling. Could it be like something THR? I don't know. Yeah, go to high, I would, with the texture quality. Because that does eat a lot of VRAM. But even at high, it still can eat a lot of VRAM. Just not a terrible amount of VRAM. Go on then, Philip. Give us the first letter. Do I use the same camera views for the IAE and CFM? I believe so. C is the first letter. What? So the U has to either be over here. So what if we do C R R? Philip, will you stop making Wordle so hard? Well, that's no good, Tricky. You're going to have to tell him you're busy flying. God. Curio? Is that even a word? If it's curio. I would never have got that, David. Never in a million years. I've never even heard of that word. What does it even mean? They should tell you what it means afterwards. I'd have been sat here all day looking at that. No, I've never heard that word in my life. Never heard that word in my life. Never in my life has a sentence been used, and then the curio happened, or like... What does it even mean? Could be something to do with Shakespeare. Well, I didn't listen, did I, at Shakespeare? That's why it was. I kind of got myself to blame. Oh, that's going to age badly, isn't it? That take on Shakespeare, and then we get nailed by Wordle. Like, there's no point in learning Shakespeare, it's pointless. Instantly fails at Wordle. Do I know why your sim isn't starting up? What sim is it? Hand. It's not 2020, is it? Curio. I read 12th Night. That's the one we read. Curio's a character in 12th Night. I thought you weren't supposed to have names in Wordle. If it's 2020 panned, maybe check. Yeah, okay, it's 2020. Check if your NVIDIA app's installed, and if it is, uninstall it, because that might be crashing you out. Twelfth Night. Oh man, the irony is stacking up. Literally, I was just slagging off Shakespeare, saying what a waste of time it was at school. And then the very Shakespeare book we had to read at school is today's Wordle, and I didn't get it. Brutal. Curio is an odd object. Alright, I'm going to try and use the word next stream. Like, oh, look at that curio over there. To curio or not to curio? That is the curio. Right, it wants destination data. Let's get on with that. Let's try and make ourselves useful rather than making a horse's ass of myself on Wordle. Alright. Let's just do a quick refresh. Runway 19 in use, expect ILS. Or RMP. QNH is... 1016. Ba, 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 ba. 1016. Arrival 9 degrees 160 and 7. And minimums is 361. Good. Where in the UK am I from? I probably shouldn't say, in case there's any weirdos watching. Don't want any randos turning up. You have to give them a people's elbow at the door if they do. What plane? We're in the Airbus A320 by Phoenix. Right, let's do our weights. 3.6 tons of fuel on board when we get there. 60.9 plus 3.6, 61.5, 64.5 tons will be our landing weight. And we can do a low auto brake. That's good. We'll set that now. That's set. That's nice. Did I hear that the Concorde moved at Heathrow? No, John, I didn't. I had no idea. What's they done with it? Have they like moved it somewhere else on the airport, or is it gone for good? What just happened then? Maintenance? Oh. Don't worry, Philip, we'll be alright. Having said that, 60.9, now we're at 3.7. Oh. I am using the, I'm using what SimBrief calculated based on New Sky, though. So for then New Sky to throw me under the bus is somewhat annoying. Maybe we need to hold. Yeah, possible with the tailwind. Pan, have you got NVIDIA app installed or no? A74? So, Pand, if you've got the NVIDIA app installed, it can crash Flight Sim 2020. Not entirely clear to me why, but it can. Oh man, that aircon is nice. I can feel the back of my seat getting warm though. How do I fly routes for a virtual airline? What you need to do is find a virtual airline platform. We use New Sky for ours, and then you can join. Right. Let's go down as far as 10,000. You'll have to go to like program settings in Windows, and go to like the apps bit where you uninstall stuff and uninstall it through there. I might have to hold at Balsu at this rate because I don't want to affect my if I hold at Beltu, what's my inbound course? 345. Revert to computed. Okay. We just need to, yeah, now we're going like 3.8 tons, so we're definitely on the wrong side of where we need to be. How'd you apply to join the airline? Get yourself a New Sky account. So newsky.app. Then once you've done a flight for the New Sky Academy, basically where you practice and learn the ropes, you can then apply to join all the airlines that are on there. Like Osprey's on there, we're on there, I think Alpaca's on there. How do you get the flight into Microsoft Flight Sim? So New Sky is the platform we use for the virtual airline that obviously lists all the routes and things like that. You pick a route, then you can press a button and it will generate you a flight plan in SimBrief. If you've got your SimBrief account connected, then you can import the flight plan into your plane via SimBrief. It did it for me, Pand, yeah. I'm going to jump on frequency 119-300.
Not 21 Echo, free speed.
Free speed, not 21 Echo.
Pneumatic 434, welcome to Keflavik. Thanks for your help there. Vacate right onto Sierra.
Right on Sierra, pneumatic 434.
And on 5 Lima, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1016.
You can 5,000 feet, QNH 1016, and on 5 Lima.
And not 21 Echo, winds 150 degrees 8 knots, runway 19 clear to land.
Runway 19, clear to land, not 21 Echo.
And nomadic 434, taxi stand 12 via Echo and November cross runway 28.
Thanks so much, stand 12 via Echo and November crossing runway 28, pneumatic 434.
Keflavik approach Air 823 Victor. We're still outside of your airspace, but we're wondering if when we enter, would it be possible to hold at Bell2? We're slightly over our landing weight.
Air 823 Victor, Keflavik approach. Hello, identified A firm. I was just going to send you a contact me anyway. You can continue descent to flight level 100 and hold at Bell2.
Continue descent to flight level 100 and we'll hold at Bell2 Air 823 Victor. Thanks.
Air 823 Victor, no worries. Just how long do you think you'll need in hold?
Ooh. We've got about 0.2 of a ton of fuel to burn off, so hopefully one lap around might be enough. We're happy to hold if you need us to stay there, though.
Roger, no worries. There's no other traffic to report other than you coming in at the moment, so just advise when you're ready to leave the hold.
Roger, Wilco. Thank you very much. Air 823 Victor.
And up to 1 Echo, we're on the go around.
Oh, no.
Roger, climb, fly standard missed approach, climb 3,000 feet.
Climb 3,000 feet and we'll follow the missed approach and up to 1 Echo.
Cheers, my whatever that says. Thank you.
And then up to 1 Echo, if you could advise once you have reached 3,000 feet and you can expect back to southwards.
Okay, we'll report when we reach 3,000 feet and up to 1 Echo.
How much fuel for landing? What it
Would you like
is...
to go for the ILS again?
Yes please, and we've just reached 3,000 feet now and up to 1 Echo.
And up to 1 Echo, roger, turn right heading 300 degrees.
Turn right heading 300 degrees and up to 1 Echo.
Clear for 8, leave a airspace, monitor advisory 122.8, bye.
Unicorn for player 48, cheers.
NL59 Lima, descend 3,000 feet via Elven, clear for the ILS, runway 19, report established.
Descend 3,000 feet via Elven, ILS 19, will report when established, and out 500.
I didn't uninstall and reinstall. No, uninstall it and leave it uninstalled. And just install the NVIDIA driver alone, Pand. You should be right then. Yeah, Psycho, we could do it. I just don't want to take any chances of this because we're doing a award thing on New Sky at the moment. Where is it? There it is. And we need to get a score of 8.75 or higher for the flight, and I don't want us to get a penalty. I really don't want us to get a penalty and risk all of this being for nothing. Equally, if it looks a bit dodge, we will go around. Make no mistake. Yeah, that would suck to spend 2 hours doing this and have to restart it again next stream. That would not be fun. Right. Where are we likely to go? 19. Oh, cheers, Brian. That is you, isn't it, Brian? Not someone else with a very similar username. Appreciate you. Thank you very much, Brian.
Not 2 Echo, right turn 360 degrees.
Right turn 360 degrees, and sorry about the go around, we came in a little too fast and we floated.
That's alright, no worries. Gives me practice to do vectors, so that's fine.
Cheers, Brian. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Not 2 Echo, the advice QNH1015.
QNH1015 and up to 1 Echo, thank you.
Here we go, there's our hold at Bell 2 that we're just about to enter, hopefully. I need to get like a button I can press.
Echo, would you be able to set up for the Valux transition for the ILS, or would you prefer vectors to established?
Here he goes.
We'll see. Give us 2 minutes.
Roger.
And 21 Echo, we're able to do Valix via Valix.
Could well be, Pand. Yeah, I had a lot of issues with the NVIDIA app crashing 2020. I had to uninstall.
21 Echo, roger. In that case, maintain 3,000 feet and direct Valix. And via Valix, you're cleared for the ILS. Runway 19, report established.
Direct to Valix, and we are clear for the ILS approach from Valix and 21 Echo.
And just confirm, report established. Not 21 Echo.
We'll report established, and 21 Echo.
Right, we need this 3.7 to turn to 3.5 or less. Or 3.6 or less. But ideally I'd want it at 3.5 because I don't want to get further down the track and then... You know what I mean? What if I pull the speed brakes out? That'd make the engines rev up a bit. Keflavik approach, Air 823 Victor, just confirming you cleared us to flight level 100?
Hey, flight level 100, but you can continue descent now, flight level 80.
We'll continue to 80, thanks. Air 823 Victor. .6, this is good. Yeah, we should be alright, Philip. Gross weight's getting there now. Lights! Seatbelts! It's called Video app. No, the NVIDIA app. If you have the NVIDIA app installed, that can crash Flight Sim 2020. Get flaps out. Get us some drag. 3 point... Is that 3.5 I'm seeing? Yeah, that's good. One lap will be enough. I mean, if you've got it installed, it's not installed by default, Pand, but if it's installed, it will be in the list of your installed apps.
Air 823 Victor, will you be ready to leave the hold, or will you need another lap round?
We should be good once we make this turn to exit the hold.
Air 823 Victor, roger, you can leave the hold direct Elven.
Direct Elven, Air 823 Victor, thanks. Direct Elven. Yeah, I feel like I've been quite lucky, Elliot, on the whole. Like, there's been the odd one or two, but...
And up to 1 Echo, we're fully established on the ILS.
And up to 1 Echo.
Okay then, Panda, I'm not sure in that case, buddy, sorry.
Runway 19, clear to land, not to 1 Echo.
Right, I'll just let us turn this corner. Okay, let's get those flaps away now. Right, let's leave the flaps out. We're right on the limit, Philip. Right on the limit. I foresee no issues. So we'll keep flaps out, we'll keep speed brakes out, just to burn a slightly larger amount of fuel. God, time's getting on. What time are we going to be into Keflavik, does it think? 13:35. 10 minutes out. Okay, that's fine. $30 miles to Eltham. Pretty part of the world, this, isn't it? There we go. 644. That's what we want. 3.5 tons. Hopefully this will be dropping down soon as well. Right, so the airport, I believe, is over there. Sort of there-ish, where my mouse is, I think. How do I keep my aircraft spot on? At the moment we use an autopilot, so it does a lot of it for itself. But if we're flying by hand, what you can do, you see you've got these green bars here that go vertical and horizontal. Those are what's called the flight directors. So as long as you follow those...
Keflavik approach, good afternoon. Rafair 7047, P8 with information hotel QNH 1016 on 3 kilo arrival.
Yeah, as long as you put your little yellow box here in the centre of these green markers, you will go where the autopilot would go if it was flying.
7047.
So as long as you've got the flight plan in the computer, if this starts moving, if this vertical bar starts moving over to the left, that means you need to kind of follow it.
047, thank you, identified. You're cleared for the other...
And it will keep you on the flight path.
Expect ILS Zulu runway 19 to level 100.
It's run 3 kilo, expect ILS Zulu 19er and down to 100. Rafael 7047.
Grumpy would be proud.
Up to 1 Echo, do you want us to vacate right?
Finally made it to Iceland.
2 1 Echo 8, firm. You can vacate right, taxi stand 8 via Echo and November cross runway 28.
Stand Echo, stand 8, correct?
Hey, to you guys.
Via Echo and November cross to 8 right, 28 and not to 1 Echo.
Not 2 1 Echo, correct. Break air, not 23 Victor, descend altitude 5,000 feet, Keflavik QNH 1015.
5,000 feet, QNH 1015, air not 823 Victor, thanks. Right, 15 miles from Eltham. And we need to drop 10 knots of speed as well. That's fine. Looks awful blurry down there. Is that because... Yeah, terrain LOD factor, 0.5. Damn.
MSFS 7047 has information in your board QNH1015.
Main thread be struggling.
747, thanks. Yeah, information in is correct, as is QNH105.
No, it's not, Henry. It's the Phoenix A320.
Keflavik approach Echo Air 457, just leaving 280 for 250 inbound Bacillus. Information in the onboard.
Stand by.
Yeah, that's right, Elliot. I wish it just wouldn't choke it as much. Auto FPS does the same, but
Last station, what was your actual call sign?
if you put the minimum to 75 instead of 50, it comes out a lot better.
Echo Air 457, Echo Charlie Victor.
Only getting about readability 2 there. Can you put it in chat, please?
Roger.
NOI 23 Victor, descend 3,000 feet via Elven, clear for the ILS runway 19, report established.
3,000 feet, then clear the ILS via Elven, will report when established. And 823 Victor.
RAF 7047, continue descent, level 80.
Level 80, RAF 7047.
Right, so we're pretty much landing south, aren't we? And what's the wind doing? 116.7. So the wind should be alright.
Okay, Echo Charlie Victor 5457, Keflavik approach, hello. Score 4102.
Sorry, say again the scope for Dr. Victor 457.
Autopilot mostly during cruise. I'll generally fly the SID, which is the instrument departure.
Scope 4102.
And then I'll generally fly this as much as I can of the approach by hand as well. Right, let's go to yoke cam.
Echo Charlie Victor 457, thanks, identified, descent for level 100 and expect the ILS to runway 19.
Right, Elven's coming up. I'm going to slow down to 200 knots.
Flight level 10 and expect ILS runway 19, Echo Air 457.
Just confirm it's the ILS Zulu runway 19.
ILS Zulu for runway 19, 457.
Oh yeah, Henry, by far, it's incredible. Cheers, Heft. I don't know, Pand. Maybe try reinstall a 2020. I don't know what to suggest, really. Okay, slow now to 180. Flaps 2. Lose the tunes. It's about to get serious. It's about to get serious. Okay, approach mode is armed. Go flaps 3. And get the approach mode on. Speed 160 until 5. And let's go flaps full. Go around altitude is set at 3,000 feet. Cheers, Henry. And we're going to probably vacate right, hopefully at Sierra 2.
2,500.
Gear down. You what? My side stick is fine. That's a new one. And Keflavik approach channel 823 Victor established on the ILS 19.
NO, Victor, roger, with a 160 degrees, 10 knots, runway 19, clear to land.
Clear to land runway 19, NO 823 Victor. Five miles. My plane. Cheers, Scottish. Thanks, mate.
RFS 7047 approaching flight level 80.
RFS 7047, thanks. You can continue descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1015.
Altitude 5,000, QNH 1015, RFS 7047.
Very small movements.
457, continue descent flight level 80.
Continue descent to first level 80, Echo Charlie Victor 457.
Echo Charlie Victor 457.
Cheers, Henry.
Got a load of background noise. Can you just check your microphone, please?
Okay, I'm going to ignore the ILS at this point and try to follow the Pappies as much as possible.
100 above. 300. 200. Minimum.
Continue.
RFS 7047, descent 3,000 feet.
What is going on here?
19, report established.
Descent 3000 via album, clear for the ILS 19, and we'll report established. RFS 7047.
376. That felt better than that. I think frame gen's messing me up. Keep her rolling. And we will hop off here. I gotta be honest, I thought that landing was a bit better than what New Sky said. It felt alright to me. Jolly good. Keflavik approach, Channel 823 Victor, vacated 19 at Sierra 2.
And 83 Victor, thanks. Have you got a stand preference?
None whatsoever. We'll go wherever's easiest for you, thanks.
Not 823 Victor, roger. You can taxi stand 14 via Echo and November cross runway 28.
Stand 14 by Echo November, cross runway 28, Air 823 Victor.
Echo Charlie Victor 457, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1015.
Descend 5,000 feet to QNH 1015,
Right.
Victor 457.
That'll be up here then. Get the lights off for now. What stick am I using? It's a Moser AB9 joystick base with a FS Project stick on top. I honestly thought that landing was better than 300 odd, nearly 400 feet per minute. I don't know, what do you all think? The tower is real. I'm going to have to rewatch that back, because to me, I honestly thought it was going to say like 260 or 270. Thrustmaster TCA Airbus, yeah. I've got one in fact. Like it a lot. As a getting started stick, you can do a lot with that. Well, we'll see what score we get. Hopefully it's above 8.75 because that would be really annoying.
Bravo 7047 established, ILS 19.
Bravo 7047, roger, wind 152 degrees, 11 knots, runway 19, clear to land.
Runway 19, clear to land, Bravo 7047.
Bit of a Ryanair special maybe, that landing, do you think? Oh, what's the weather doing?
Echo Charlie Victor 457, descend 3,000 feet via Elven, clear for the ILS, runway 19, report established.
Did I smash it? I don't think I smashed it, but then the new Sky landing meter said I did, so...
Descend 3,000 feet and clear the ILS to runway 19, radar patrol established, Echo Charlie Victor 457.
I mean, I got a 5 call out, which is generally a good sign. Right, let's see how bad this default scenery is. This is perfect timing. 2:45 is exactly when I need to get going, really. Let's tell GSX where we're going. Can't upset GSX. Brilliant. GSX can upset me, it seems. Might be the wrong spot. Cheers, Jack. There's an air knot there. And this should be standable 4 just up there with a slightly red terminal. Some scenery wouldn't go amiss here, would it? Yeah, sure, Jack. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Right. Parking brake on. APU is fired. Engine's off, and let's pray that that landing didn't ruin it all for us. Average touchdown, 1.52G, 376 feet per minute. I'm sure it wasn't that bad.
457,
I'm sure it wasn't.
Zulu runway 19.
Still, my average centerline deviation was fine.
You are
Well,
to land runway 19, wind 150 degrees, 1 minute.
Wind copy turbulent, runway 19, Echo Charlie 457.
RFA 7047, I assume you want to park somewhere on the apron.
that's cool, homie. Never tried that one.
7047 was looking for the military area, is good?
In that case, you've gone the wrong way. You can, if you want, you can stay on this apron, or I can taxi you all the way around to the other side of the airport. You know, unless you can do a 180.
Yeah, this place could definitely use some scenery, couldn't it?
Is that correct?
Definitely. I don't know what all that red is.
Okay,
there seems to be a plane
so
over there.
Get turned around and we'll call you holding at Sierra 1.
Roger.
Yeah, for sure. We need some scenery here, I think. There is a good option, isn't there, for scenery? I forget who made it, but there is one that you can do. That's cool, though. Well, at least we made it. That's the main thing. A little bit peeved about that landing. Honestly, it felt all right. I touched down and I was like, yeah, pretty good. I'll take that. Obviously, it wasn't. So, I don't know. These things happen. Anyway, folks, it's 2:45. I need to get gone. But thank you very much for coming along today. It's been a very nice start to the European City Challenge. The next time we do one of these, it will be from here to Nuuk in Greenland. And then we'll go back from Greenland to the Faroe Islands, and then we'll sort of get back over to mainland Europe and start sort of trotting around down there. But thank you all very much indeed for the support. Thank you for everyone that's hit the follow, the like, the sub, the whatever, the become a member button. Really do appreciate it. Like I said, I couldn't really sort of do these sort of streams in the day without your support, so it really does mean the world. Thank you very much indeed. Until next time, though, you'll take care. I will be back live streaming next week. Hopefully we'll get some videos out in the meantime for you to keep you going as well. But until then, you'll take care, and I will see you soon. Thank you all very much. Ta-ra.